Okay, all right.
Okay, Pam, what do you want? Go.
Okay, so for the record, Prime fucking lied. I didn't say I hate you on everything, but I did want to push back on just one thing you said, not fucking 5 billion things. But I did want to say, I wanted to push back a little bit on, you said the only reason viewing child porn is illegal and is because we think it's uniquely icky. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think the main reason for that is because it's extremely easy to distinguish child porn from regular porn. And because of that, it's an easily enforceable law. The thing with rape porn that you were talking about is that it's not as easy to distinguish whether or not, the rape porn is legitimately a crime of rape or if it's just actors. And I think
this isn't even true, though, because child porn is a statutory offense. If I have porn of a girl and she looks like she's 17, or not, she is 17, but she looks like she's 20 or whatever, and you have it on your computer, you get caught with it, you can get prosecuted for that.
Sure, but yeah, but that's a little bit different than with the 9-year-old. I think it's very obvious when it comes to, like, in the case we were talking about, it was about someone who looked like they were 8 or 9, right? So
sure, it might be with the 9-year-old, but I'm saying that, like, our brain, I can give example after example, our brain goes out the window when it comes to children. Statutory rape is a weird one. If I meet a prostitute and I say, I need to see your fucking driver's license, she shows me her driver's license, we meet up and we fuck, and then later I find out she's 17, it's a statutory charge. It's still rape. It doesn't matter what the reason is. Like, you can still get prosecuted for that.
But I'm talking about what maybe there are a lot of inconsistencies in our legal system, and I'm trying to defend everything that's said in our legal system. What I'm saying is I do think that there's an important aspect here that we can easily identify this, and if we are the reason I think that this child porn should be, or this her doing porn should be illegal, is because it makes it almost impossible to distinguish in future cases whether or not it's legitimately someone who's actually 22 in the body of an 8-year-old, or if it's actually children being abused. So I think that in this case, it makes a lot of sense that we don't give it that out. Because child porn is one of the few things, like, I agree there are a problem with statutory things, but when I say child porn, I mean child porn. I don't mean, like, people who are 18 passing off as 17. That's true. That's a legal gray area. I'm not trying to debate you on that.
Just to be clear, that's not a gray area. That's
sorry.
Completely legal. The 17-year-old is like child porn.
Yeah, you're right. I guess I meant enforceable. It's difficult to talk about enforcing that shit because there's plausible deniability, right? No one's going to accidentally think someone is 18 when they look like, or like,
when they're
girl,
like
right?
9 years old or something. Yeah,
that's all I mean. Like, I agree with your point about statutory. I just wanted to talk about, like,
Pen, didn't Pornhub have, like, the space scandal recently because there was child porn on their platform because they're allowing people to upload videos without verifying their age, right? And they came up with some system where they could verify the age of these people, right? So, like, why would be inconceivable?
That had to do with the lack of manual review, right?
Yeah. So why would it be inconceivable? Because given that they're already doing this right now for other porn that's on there, why would it be inconceivable for them to do it for this porn?
I mean, if you take a look at the reason I think this is particularly bad is because it's something you can just look and see. All of this other porn, to make sure that you don't have any 17-year-olds on your site, which I, don't get me wrong, but we should try to make sure that our porn sites don't have 7-year-olds or 17-year-olds on it. But it's a lot harder to tell in individual cases. As people pointed out, people look like they're different ages, so it's pretty hard to distinguish an 18-year-old from a 17-year-old who looks 18. It's just so much harder when it comes to enforcement. But when we're talking about why, because it's harder to tell. I mean,
wait, but hold on. But if Pornhub has come up with a system to verify the age of the actresses that are on their site, the actors, because I'm sure there's lots of men on there too. If they've already come up with a system to do that, why couldn't they just impose that same system on this woman and people like her?
Okay, maybe
like a driver's license, probably.
Maybe Pornhub could, but there's a lot of, like, Pornhub's not the only porn website out there. I don't know if you knew this, but there are a lot of websites out there. I guess so. Doobie, you're against porn in general, so the argument, I don't want to get into, like, a general should porn be legal, but there are going to, if we're talking about whether or not it should be legal for her to produce a porn, like, or this thing could become enforceable. I agree that in practice, like, it's possible for a company to do this to make sure all of their actors are actually of legal age. I don't think it's possible to regulate all porn on the internet to that same extent. I think that would be a lot less practical.
Right, but that's a silly argument because we could say that because given that there was child porn on Pornhub and they had to put in the system, there are other porn websites out there that don't have this kind of verification. So there's probably child porn on those sites right now. Right, so I don't understand why you draw the line with this woman.
I'm not saying it's permissible.
And not with porn in general. Right, so it seems to me that if you're going to be for legalized porn, you have no argument for why this woman shouldn't be able to make porn.
Because I feel like it completely lets the cat out of the bag. It's so easy. Go ahead.
But just before you, we have less than 90 seconds left on the clock for our level 3 hype train. 25% done, 75% left. See if we can get to a level 4 hype train. Again, if you've been enjoying this content, we're giving you a lot of content today, right? Then sub, gift bits, or gift subs. All of that helps us out and invest in this community, which is always providing you content, right? Okay, Doobie wants to get back to arguing with people. So he gifted 10 subs. Thank you, Doobie, for the kindness. Helps us out so much.
Doobie school adventure, bro.
So okay, because of Doobie and his incredible kindness, we're at level 4 hype train, right? Let's see if we can get to a level 5 for one. Gift bits, gift subs, or sub yourself. You get our emotes, expert emotes in chat. You get those, you get app reviewing, you'll get access to simply parts of our Discord, you get a whole bunch of stuff, right? And you'll be investing in this community that always provides more content for you. All right, Pan.
I think Doobie was speaking, right?
I thought you.
Well, I just finished telling you that if you're for legalized porn, any of the arguments that you're making against this woman making porn could be applied to all porn in general. Right? So I don't understand why you're drawing the line here.
Because I feel like this could be. So originally, I agreed with some of the other panelists that I did think it was permissible. Right? In general, that argument that if it's regular porn is legal, then this should be legal too. However, I think this muddies the water of how we enforce our child porn laws, and I think our child porn because
she's not a child. This isn't child porn.
I'm aware, but this excuse can be used in other cases, right? I'm not talking about her specifically. I don't think as an isolated incident there's anything wrong with her doing this. But if we can't tell if child porn is, children being abused, or if it's
people with an incredibly rare condition that almost
people
no one
with
has.
Incredibly rare condition. Yeah, exactly. If we can't make that distinction,
so have them verify her age and that she has this condition, like other porn stars who are on these sites are required to verify their age.
Right, but we need to be able to do this child porn on other sites too, right? Hold on. But you can say that. You can say that for other porn. No. But child porn on Pornhub is easy to address, and they did address it, which is good. This is really good. But if we're talking about porn on other websites,
they addressed it by putting a money barrel.
Hold on. If anything, right? Hold on. If anything, this specific type of porn, her porn, would be much more easily caught than other porn that's on these sites that's of like 16-year-olds, right?
Yeah.
I don't disagree.
Right in front. Oh shit, this woman looks underage, right? And so that'd be a massive red flag for most people, I think, right? So
I'm not
it seems like there's more justification for this to be on sites with some level of verification than there is for other porn on there without other.
Okay, but we're not talking about individual porn sites' terms of service, right? We're talking about what the law should be and legally what it should be, right? I think that if a porn place can and is willing to put these requirements, I think that's great. I think that's fantastic. If Pornhub wants to only have documented actors over the age of 18, I applaud them. Thank you very much for ensuring that I'm not accidentally consuming child porn. Now, I don't think that's going to be the case for every single porn website on the internet, and laws apply to them too.
We should ban porn. We should either ban porn or force the verification for every single site that's on the internet. For every single porn site.
How would you do that? I would be so.
I would actually contend that you're right on that there should be verification. Absolutely.
We've kind of already done this. Hold on. We've already done this argument. We've done it a few times already last week. I'd rather not go. I think there's other parts to this story that we could discuss that wasn't really discussed on the previous panel. But we have less than 90 seconds left on this hype train. But we're moving along. We're at 75% done, 25% left of a level 4 hype train. Can we get to level 5? I think we can. And Carter, thank you for gifting a sub and paying for it. And one you got from for Bussy. Thank you for that. Thank you, Boji, for gifting 5 subs. You're amazing. I love you. Bottomless Prime with 500 bits, and PB and Jam for gifting a sub. To Rush, right? And paying for it, a sub we got from NJ Palms. I think we can get to a level 5 hype train. I think it's close. I think we can get to a maximum hype train. I think it's a possibility, especially since Alpha Angelo just gifted, is continuing to give sub they got from Zonia Dead. Thank you, Zonia Dead, for gifting that sub. Thank you, Alpha Angelo, for continuing that sub. Okay, we're almost there. We're moving along. So we have 82% done. Was it 18% left? Can we make it? We have less than 30 seconds. 30 seconds on the clock. Sub, give bits or give subs. All that helps so much, right? It's how I power this community. Boji gifting another sub to Dancing Spoon. Oh, fuck. We love Dancing Spoon. He's amazing. He's one of our greatest guests. Yeah, hey, Dancing Spoon. Hope you're enjoying your vacation. Less than 30 seconds left on the clock. 11% left. Can we make it? Save the hype train. Get us to level 5 hype train. Someone out there, sub, give bits, or give subs. And let's see if we can get to a level 5. Seconds left. Will we make it? I don't know. It's, we'll see. Probably not. No, I think he's gonna die. But still. Anyway, Trey. Thank you for those who did participate and help us out with that hype train. It means a ton. So, we do it. Okay. But thank you seriously for everyone. We'll continue on with the content, but there's all kinds of ways to support the channel. Not just with those hype trains. I mean, you could still give subs outside of that. That still works, right? But you can also use our donate button or the PayPal button below, right? So there's a PayPal button below. You can give money through that. We're trying to raise money for a new computer, a new PC, right? Help us out with that. More of your money gets to us when you use PayPal, right? Or Xwish for donate, same thing, right? So please consider helping the channel, and so that we can do a better job providing this content. All right, back to it. Yeah.
Well, so
I'm sorry, Socrates.
I had just like a really big issue with just a huge thing that everybody missed in the last panel, which is that nobody was talking about or making the distinction between somebody who just kind of happens to look young or pornography in which like the person is portraying the character of a child, right? And that's a really weird, massive oversight. It's part of why people got so hung up on, oh, she looks young. She has the body of a 8-year-old or whatever, which isn't accurate. She's a person who's 22 years old who has a body which most people would recognize as being younger. But there's a really huge distinction between like somebody who looks kind of young who's doing porn, which I think should be legal. I don't think that somebody should be locked up for like filming themselves if they're the age of majority and they look kind of young. That's insane. That makes no sense. There's something about maybe responsible platforming, having somebody portray a child, which also happens in porn, which is pretty gross. I don't know if it should be illegal, but there's a really big difference between those things. And so the idea, like everybody was talking as if this woman, she would be performing, and she would be performing as if she were a child. There's no reason to think that. She's a 22-year-old woman. I mean, it's possible that could happen. She might do that, but I think the majority of pornography is not people portraying, like pretending to be children, role-playing children.
I'm sorry, when you look 9, there's no way of avoiding that outcome. I don't think.
Yeah, no one was saying what you're saying.
Because you look 9.
The thing is, porn's very visual. What you see is how you perceive it.
There is a way of avoiding
it. Like dress to her job and wear a suit. Like, why? That's insane.
Did you guys ever talk about Little Lupe? Did that ever come up, the Little Lupe case?
Yeah. What's that?
Little Lupe. I guess
I can tell it, but I didn't want to repeat if it already.
We hadn't talked about it. We hadn't talked about it.
Yeah. So Little Lupe was. I don't think she does porn anymore, but she's a porn actress that she got breast implants, so it ended up becoming a moot point. But at one point, she didn't. She had a very flat chest. She looked and also acted kind of the part of a very underage girl. And so someone was actually arrested in Puerto Rico for this because they were arrested for suspicions of child pornography. And Little Lupe had to actually go to the court and show her driver's license to prove I am an adult legally. And so it's an interesting case.
The judge saw it and would not believe that this woman was over 18. You're just like, no, must be a lie. But yeah, she was.
Sure, but yeah. So like people saying that she should be jailed, or the pornographer should be jailed or something. If this shouldn't be like legal for this porn to be created, should she not be able to have any job? She should just not be allowed to live as an 18-year-old in all ways.
No. So again, I think Mr. Girl made an important distinction, right? Like just because you can't film yourself having sex doesn't mean you can't have sex. I definitely agree that she should be allowed, and to do whatever she wants with her body in her life. I do think that there can be limits on, what she's allowed to distribute of herself doing, just like there is, for everyone. I think someone brought up earlier that, you can't if you're 17, you can have sex with another 17-year-old, but you can't film it and distribute that, which is good. We shouldn't change that law. So I don't think it's completely unrealistic to make that distinction, that it's one thing for her to actually engage in sexual
Should
activities
she be
with
able
other
to have
individuals.
sex with 9-year-olds? Is that
No.
is that an implication?
Why
of
would
what
she
you're
have?
saying? Right. So
Why
she
would
could
she be able to have sex with 9-year-olds?
So
I don't.
You're using Mr. G's or Mr. Girl's logic that her mind might be like 20 something above, but her body's 8, right? I don't agree with that at all.
But that's not true. It's not accurate. She wasn't magically transmitted into the body of an 8-year-old. She is a 22-year-old woman whose body looks very young because it developed differently because of like the cancer, right?
I'm still waiting for a good reason.
There's a lot of conflating of like whether or not intercourse should happen or whether or not intercourse should be filmed. There's two separate issues. You gotta tackle one at a time.
Otherwise, so what law should she be arrested for?
That's saying is right.
No one's saying.
But also, there's that distinction between legality and ethics, and you guys, I think, are crossing over in that.
I don't know why we're talking about legality. Going to discrimination at some point.
It's a discussion about normative legality,
Does
right?
anybody here think that she should be allowed to have sex?
She should be allowed to have sex. She should be allowed to film herself having sex, but it should be clear that she is an adult and not a child. And if it's marketed as though she is a child, then I think that poses a problem.
Is it okay? Is it equally a problem if somebody who is 18, who looks just like pretty young but not maybe quite as young as her, is that also unethical or should be illegal? Or I can't quite remember what your response was.
I can't really see any place in which we should market pornography as being the filming of somebody underage having sex, whether or not they're overage or underage. Like either way, like, well, obviously not underage at all, but like you should never market it like that. It should never be marketed that way, and to market it that way is just encouraging, I think pedophilic ideology.
Okay. So just a point of information, just to get us all on the same track. This is incredibly common, right? So this happens all the time. I'm not saying that means we shouldn't be against it, but just to kind of make sure everybody's on the same page. This isn't a new thing that would be happening with her or a new thing that would be contemplating. This is, I'm sure, like probably millions of videos, maybe tens of thousands a year. I don't know. This is like a commonplace phenomenon, right? And in porn in general, in movies, whatever, like often people pretend to be people to portray people who are younger than they actually are.
Right.
This isn't Benjamin Button where they're like aging it backwards and they're like, no, this is totally. I just want.
Although Sam, you're saying, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, like. But we're mostly talking about the porn industry. I mean, we can't say to the occasion about Socrates talking about like Tom Holland, who's now 25 years old, playing an 18-year-old in a Marvel movie as Spider-Man, and he still somehow looks like an 18-year-old, even though he is 25. But to my case, I would say still has to be very legal, even if that person looks very young.
I think as much of the age when you use that reference, because it's about the fucking on camera, right? It's the sexual aspect of it that I think most people have a problem with it.
So
when it comes to
wait, hold on. Sorry, let me ask you guys a question. Wait, hold on. So there's a very popular show called Euphoria, right? Where it's depicting like high school kids, right? And in the show, they do drugs, they have sex, right? Some of the sex scenes are pretty graphic. Right, and these are adults depicting underage people, right? Intentionally presenting themselves as underage people having sex. Would you say that is pedophilic and that should be banned?
Well, Doobie, I think part of the problem with that question is you're now talking about high schoolers when before people were talking about like 8-year-olds. I don't want to do the whole like.
Wait, hold on. So are you telling me? I don't think you think this, but it sounds like you're saying that that if there were like high school kids who wanted to make porn of themselves, they should be able to do it?
No, of course not. I'm just saying it doesn't matter. But it's a different.
It does matter because he's saying it's like a different spectrum, right? Like,
well, I'm just saying
there are 18-year-olds that look like they're 16, right? That happens. Right. That's pretty normal. There are maybe 1 or 2 or 3 22-year-olds who look like they're 8. I feel like this is so far outside of the norm that we can say wherever the line is, there's a line somewhere. It's not here. It's far past this. You have to, like, maybe there's some wiggle area, like at how old you look and how that should be permitted. Now, I think you should, morally, we should make the distinction that, hey, this is bad, but legally, I don't think you can make that distinction. But I do think legally you can make the distinction, hey, if you look like a prepubescent child, that's something that couldn't accidentally happen to an 8-year-old or to an over the age of majority person, except in extremely rare circumstances. So it's going to be okay. I think that's something you can. I agree with you. Morally, this is a sliding scale, right? It's a little bit icky. 18-year-olds that look 16. However, when we're talking about legally, I think that it's fine to make a line at, in this case, whereas we don't make a line for the people who are 18 that look 16. We just morally condemn that. If that makes sense.
Wait, so your argument is literally this specific thing makes me feel icky, more icky than an 18-year-old that looks 16-year-old. So we're going to make it illegal.
No, it's more of an argument to the distribution of how people look at every age. There's, if we make a law that says, hey, you can't make porn if you look like you're 8, that is only going to
discrimination at best.
Well, it is discrimination, but the amount of 18-year-olds, the amount of 18-year-olds that would preclude from doing sex is going to be in like the double digits, right, or single digits. It's going to be so small that the laws.
What does a 17-year-old look like versus an 18-year-old?
So then, why make a law?
Why make a law?
Because that just targets very few people who aren't doing anything that bad.
Like, who's gonna?
Well, I think what you're missing,
because it would be bad.
You look too young.
Let's
Now
go.
you're in
I think,
So Socrates, finish your point, and then Katie, and then my main man, Dancing Spoon.
Yeah. So there's a really huge issue here. So if we're gonna leave the like legality aside, which I think is pretty awful to kind of target individuals with a law saying that they can't like do things with their own body. That's pretty bizarre. But there's a really really weird kind of assumption here based on like how people produce these certain things, that some kind of content that involves sex could never be positive in any way. It's a weird puritanical thing. So here's a 22-year-old woman who looks like an 8 or 9-year-old. I don't think she's ever mentioned that she wants to like make porn or whatever. But if she did, she might want to like make some kind of sexually based art that expresses something about her condition. She went on record saying like, only creeps want to date me, whatever, right? She could produce a whole movie about that. It wouldn't even have to be porn. She could satirize her own condition, and to say that that's immoral is a really weird thing to say.
I mean, it's not immoral for her to satirize her position, right? If she wants to make a documentary where she isn't.
Okay, but if you want to make art
like,
in which she were naked or did sex or whatever.
If anything, that's an even better reason why it shouldn't be allowed, because there's other avenues of expressing this creativity about her life.
I'm sorry, there's other avenues of printing your paper. So, First Amendment, I don't feel that.
That's not at all what I'm saying, but
that's exactly what you just said. There's other avenues of expressing
when
this.
When it comes to speech that is considered art, whether or not it can be portrayed in a different way is a First Amendment question. I can't remember the exact Supreme Court case, but this is something that the Supreme Court has considered. Is there an alternative way of expressing this that wouldn't have disturbed the peace? So actually, yes, this is absolutely a First Amendment consideration. Yeah, it just is.
Sure,
I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, but if she says, okay, there's a difference between something that like maybe, so I think there's like a I forget what the word is, like obscene, right? So whether something is like intentionally obscene is something that makes it maybe sometimes ride that line between like First Amendment protected or not. That's very far away from saying so intentionally obscene versus literally has any reference to sex or her own nudity, right? So she can't make a documentary in which she's naked for any amount because that would make her.
To be clear, I didn't say that. I'm pretty sure you can have documentaries where there are like. I mean,
she can't portray herself in a
I think my parents.
As a 22-year-old
well,
woman.
Being naked isn't inherently. I'm pretty sure my parents have photos of me naked when I was like 3, right? Like, I don't think anyone would consider that child porn. If it's her being naked, I think porn is pretty specific here, right? Like, I don't think what you're saying is that there's this.
I don't think it's like the porn issue. It's the sexualization, right? She can't express herself in a sexual light in your eyes without it being like a moral wrong. So.
Not sexualization is not the problem.
But Well,
Sexualization is not the problem. It's all about the sexual intercourse. That's the problem.
Wait, what?
let's-
It's
Hold on,
like
hold
soft
on.
porn would be
You
fine.
can
but-
literally sexualize any form of art. Anytime she shows her face in media, somebody could sexualize that.
Good point.
There's a specific type of
let's-
sexualization versus like art.
Let's go to Katie, then Dance Explain.
I don't understand. Is the issue that you guys are having that like is it not the issue that children can't consent? Are you all in agreement that child porn is bad or being attracted to children is bad because there's something inherently wrong with being attracted to children? Is that your argument?
Well,
I'm in agreement with that. There is something inherently wrong with that.
Can you
Absolutely.
explain to me what that is? If it's not
Well,
that children can't consent?
But it is the children can't consent.
It is the children can't
We
consent.
don't disagree with that.
Wait,
That's
hold on.
what's bad about it.
I think what Katie's saying is
The answer is both.
Doobie,
The answer is
thank you.
both.
I appreciate it.
The answer is both.
Awesome. So if the answer is both, I would like to hear something outside that children cannot consent to what is more inherently wrong about that. Everything you're discussing is completely irrelevant if the only issue with child porn and being attracted to children is the fact that you simply cannot engage with it in an ethical way.
Well, how can it be produced? It can only be produced.
The reason why society views pedophilia and attraction to children in a negative way, the reason why we're all sick to our stomach and disgusted by that notion and feel very uncomfortable with it is because society have entrenched it into us that this thing is bad. But if you don't understand why it's bad, then your arguments don't make a lot of sense. It's bad because you cannot engage with a child as an adult and it being ethical in any capacity, because children do not have the ability to engage with that ethically. That is the issue you're talking about has nothing to do with that issue.
I think we all agree. I think what we're talking about is
being a victim of child molestation. I think I can talk on it pretty
Who
clearly.
doesn't agree with that?
And have an opinion about it.
It's not just that, but
So go fuck
children-
yourself.
Children can be manipulated. They can be put into a power situation, and
I'm sorry, what?
Wait, I want to see what Kate was getting at.
It goes further than that, actually. So the point I'm going to make, right? So like everybody's against child porn, right? Child porn is bad for one reason or the other, right? Because in one sense or another, it harms children, right? That's it, right? They can't consent, they can't engage with it ethically, blah blah blah. Protect the kids. That's good, right? So how do we feel about? Let's say, have you ever been on the website? It's called thispersondoesn'texist.com, right? And it's just an AI that generates realistic faces. These people don't exist. It's just it looks like a person. It looks like a person who could exist, right? So how would you guys feel about realistic 3D renders of child pornography?
We talked about this. We talked about this.
I think it's definitely equally bad.
Argument is
None of it's acceptable. It's not acceptable.
Hold on, right? So everybody obviously has a negative.
You might as well talk about hentai.
Hold on.
You might as well talk about anime.
Yeah, about lolly and shit like that, right?
Well,
So,
no, the difference is
Culture is different though as well.
Hold on, stop.
It's a different conversation.
Stop. Right, so obviously everybody has an inherently negative reaction to that because it presses all the same buttons in your mind, right? But it doesn't fit your argument, right? So your argument is it harms children. In this deep fake world, is that CGI, whatever it is, lolly, child pornography that doesn't harm children, right? It depicts child sexualization, it depicts child sexual acts, but there's no actual child being harmed involved in this.
Right, well, I agree with that. So this is where I disagree. In that, hold up. In that, individual, no.
Otherwise commit those acts.
Here's the
It
thing.
encourages them to do
No.
those acts.
What about the harm to the
Therein lies the
individual?
problem.
What about
There is no data to support what you
Here's where I have a problem with what you're saying, Sneaky. I agree completely. However, I think that if there are acceptable forms of child porn that are indistinguishable from regular child porn, it will be almost impossible to distinguish. Like right now, it's very easy to see, that's child porn. A child's being abused. That will not be the case.
Easy, actually, modern day, it's really easy to do this, right? You can have like a blockchain verification, like this is fake, this is AI generated, right? There's like a digital receipt, digital license that shows that this isn't real, this is fake, right? And I can prove it beyond any shadow of a doubt because it's.
Okay. Well, In that case, I'd be fine with it. I'd be fine with it.
Actual 3D models
you guys are just so.
No, I'd be fine with that. No, if you can.
Child exploitation is what you're saying.
Right.
Well, what he's saying is,
I agree with you.
So
right. This is
you don't even have to argue that. You don't even have to argue the harm versus children. You can argue the harm versus the adult who is consuming the content.
Exactly. You
which
can
is
argue,
like you guys realize that this is media. And I
Can I argue against that?
It's so obvious. Like it's so obvious.
Okay,
it's a 12-person.
Yeah, I want to hear Sneaky's point.
Spoon, go ahead.
Christ. All right, so I know you don't agree with this, right? I was trying to finish the fucking point, right? So it's not like the ethical argument that it harms children is not the full capacity of this. The point is that child pornography or sexualizing children is harmful to society in one way or another. It harms the adult, harms the child, importance to the people who might engage in those kind of acts, blah, 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 right? So you're going to have to concede that this kind of media does, right? Child sexualization media does have an impact on people, does have an impact on society, right? And if you cannot tell the difference between somebody who is 22 and 14, right?
You're at risk.
It's exactly the same kind of media, right? That actor maybe that actor. Not yet.
You said with the blockchain we could tell, right? Like,
yes, you could, right? You could, and you could.
I think that changes things.
Yeah. So
well, that's a legality thing. That's not his point.
No, it's not that it's a legality thing. I think it's a moral thing too.
Let me finish, right? So. Yes, you can have this legislation. You can have this registration and say that actually no, this is legal. That's not a real person, or that person is of age, and I can prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt, definitely, right? But we've already all conceded, as I just stated just a minute ago, that the effects of child sexualization in media are harmful, whether or not someone gets directly harmed from it or not, right? That's the crucial point that we have to admit here, right? So whether that person be 22 and look like a 14-year-old. Irrelevant is completely irrelevant, right? It's the same thing. It's child sexualization in media. It is because it has the same. It is because it has the same effect, right?
Does not have the same
effect. The reason that it's bad for society is because future kids might get abused, right? It's not inherently bad. It's bad because this could encourage kids to get abused in the future. That's the main problem, right? So, like,
exactly. So it's the same.
How does it harm people?
You guys can make
it doesn't harm people outside of sexual.
Can you substantiate that at all?
So
where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence that that is the case?
You have to make evidence for that, dude.
Whether it be a 22-year-old who can consent or a
where is the
CGI
countervailing
model,
evidence, Doobie?
whether it be a 22-year-old who can consent or a CGI model that doesn't require consent, the point is it's child sexualization in media. Right, it looks
right,
like
but child sexualization is bad because it hurts children, right? If it's not actually hurting children, it's not bad.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's the second thing that you started to say that I have a major issue with. So it looks like a child. So we agree with that. If it's the case that this person does look like a child, or the CG looks like a child, obviously, that acts like a child. This is where I was bringing up that what could be maybe even more concerning than just actors who look young who are doing porn. But actors who portray like actual children, somebody in the position of a child, somebody who is, whatever, like a school kid in a school, classic porn tropes, whatever, right? Those are the things that, like, somebody actually portraying like somebody behaving or in the position of more like a child, right? So somebody who's an actor who looks young, who's acting as, like, what if she was acting as herself? Like, what if she made a porn where she gets in her car, drives to work, and has sex with her boss or whatever, and she has the body that she has? Like, is that
the due diligence of figuring out that, hey, my media might affect somebody, and maybe I should think twice about putting my body out, because I know that the perception of me is I look young.
Can I say
and somebody's
something?
going to use my media to elicit certain feelings that depict younger children.
Katie.
You can't take the onus off of the content creator.
Katie,
you gotta be consistent.
Okay, let's go to you. But instead of just saying that, can I say something? You could just say it, just like in that
I don't
space.
like talking
But
over
you do it
people.
anyway to say, can I say something?
But it's to be polite. It's different.
It's hard to tell when she doesn't have her camera on.
You have to understand on these channels, you have to. I was like you. I was young and naive. I didn't interrupt. I waited my turn. I got nowhere. So I started interrupting people, and here I am. It's what you have to do.
Something I need to do more.
Katie.
Work,
I
Cameron,
thought you were.
work.
Panels are always like this.
Pan is on top of the
Doesn't
world
work.
now.
Hey guys, at least
Exactly.
we can all agree. No matter what
Exactly,
age Doobie's
Prime.
avatar is, no one would want to have sex with that thing.
That's fair.
We
fair.
actually can't all agree with
I
that.
can.
Let
can
me
If you
talk.
disagree with me, I don't want to hear it.
Until you all shut up and listen
What
to
you
me. Oh
doing
my
later,
god, it
Doobie?
worked.
Listen,
Okay.
all I know is
So,
I
No, it did not
answer
work.
people
Shut up.
questions right.
Shut
Everybody
up.
else is
Shut
wrong. So I'm smarter than everybody
Hold
here.
on. Shut up. I'm talking. Stop.
Okay.
Katie.
So, Snaky. Interesting point. I was with you until the part where you started making a lot of assumptions. That is, you just feel like they make sense, but there's no data to like substantiate them. So I do agree with you that if you do something like virtual child porn, that will contribute to sexualizing children more. That is correct. The same way that the distribution of porn raised general sexualization of women, the same way that video games contribute to probability of violence acts. It is all established in research. The question is, does the cost of this is worth the implication? So what we're doing is we're saying people are going to sexualize children more. And for some reason, we're fine with people sexualizing women more and then potentially being raped more because of it. That's fine. But children are different, you see. We don't like it. It feels icky with them. So this time,
Do you think I'm adopting a pro-pornography stance here?
No, I don't think so. I think that it's problem. If we're going to make the argument that certain types of media leads to a rise in the population of consuming certain things or like over-sexualization or whatever, then I would have to have you say then that you're against all types of porn or a lot of types
I was
of
going, actually.
Right, but
Awesome.
that wasn't my
I would
argument.
like-
The reason
I would like to argue against all the other members of the panel who are definitely not in agreement with you. If someone was going to be logically consistent like you and say, I think all porn is bad, I think all violent video games are bad, I think all types of all violent media is bad because it increases violence in the general population, then I'm on board with you. I like you. You're a cool guy. A lot of people here, not in the same boat with you. And those are the ones that I have an issue with.
Okay, so
I
I'm
would like
not
to
a
respond.
cool guy, and I will argue with you on both of those things.
I like her.
Violence is a part of life, and sex is a part of life. To
I
depict parts
agree
of
with
life in our art is an unbelievably important thing. To ban that or to say that it's just blanket immoral
Well,
is
pedophilia is a part of life. That's not
Are we
reasonable.
calling
Sure,
porn
okay, fair.
art
I
right
mean,
now?
you could depict that in art in some way, right?
Sugar is a
I
part
hope
of
it
sugar is a part of your
That's
life.
awesome.
Doesn't mean you gotta eat processed sugar.
Sure, that's accurate. You could make art about it though. So
Wait,
So
are
my-
we
so my-
treating
so my
porn as art?
counter-argument-
I just need to understand.
So my counter argument would be to say that while I could probably grant 99.99999% of pornography probably does this. There may be very few counter examples where porn is like truly creating something like positive, and maybe we could look to so probably would agree with that with a lot of movies that depict sex or violence, that they depict it in a way that simply reinforces those things in a harmful way, right? But there's got to have been some kind of artistic expression of either art or violence that has, of either sexuality or violence that you feel like, oh wow, this says something true about the human spirit in a way that helps me process my own
But
trauma.
what they care
or
about is
integrate to the world,
outcomes.
right?
They're against this because it's going to bring like an increased rate of people harming children, and that argument is not very bright.
Sure. But if we're gonna make broad ethical statements about what things are good and bad, why not be a little bit specific about it and say like, okay, pornography that specifically like objectifies women and takes away agency, and maybe kind of normalizes this idea that being younger is like youngness is the same as like sexiness, right? Which is pretty much how our society operates at large across
I'm not willing to
Hollywood,
ascribe
whatever, right?
like social conventions like that on people. I just think that it's illegal to have sex with children and to molest children, and I think people shouldn't do that. right? But I don't think
Sure.
that then constricting virtual porn that no children are being hurt in the process, basically child porn that doesn't abuse children, that has nothing to do with that. That's completely separate.
Hey, so I
So
completely
are
agree.
coming in the
Except,
exact
no.
opposite
So
of
hold up.
this?
I mean, I completely agree with Katie. Although the one thing, where I disagree, and she loses me, is I think that the prevalence of virtual child porn will make it much harder for authorities to detect legitimate child porn where children are genuinely being abused. I'm not talking about like, oh, it does X, Y, Z to the culture. I mean, I don't know how we measure any of that stuff. I think arguments on that sense are just like spitballing. It's really hard. But
should we ban rape porn
no.
because it makes it easier?
No, I don't
to
think we
detect,
should.
Like actual
Why
rape
not?
going on in film, right? It's the same. It's the
Well,
same
because
principle.
there's
Yeah, I don't
it's
see how you could be for
extremely-
one but not the other.
Yeah, it's
What do
exactly
you-
the same principle.
What do you mean?
Right, so
Because
rape
one is
porn-
easily enforceable. It's
How?
harder.
No,
it's
no,
easy to
no,
okay
listen,
because it's easy to tell whether someone is 8 or whether they're
listen,
over
listen,
age.
listen to my
But it's not easy to tell whether someone is acting a rape
It's
scene
actually
or
harder.
if they're
I get what you're
legitimately
saying.
being raped.
What?
Does that
No,
okay?
don't
thank
give
you.
it
It's
Can I
actually
say
much
something?
harder. It's
Oh.
so
Yeah,
much harder
nonsense.
because you
I'll
can get
just
an
talk
ID
now
that says I'm
instead
18
of saying,
plus.
"Can I say
You
something?"
cannot have any like how
Okay.
could you prove that somebody was totally consenting? You couldn't.
Pen. So you're not making a
harder.
moral argument right now. You're saying, look, just logistically, it's easier for me if there is less virtual child porn because I can't assess if children are being hurt in the process or not. And that's your argument. That's
yeah,
why you
well, I
don't
think
want it.
and I think that logistical argument does have a moral implication because my
So you're
overall
against
moral
rape
goal is to
porn?
make less children be abused, right? So I think that this logistically will get in
Wait,
the way
but
of enforcing.
Why would we do everything
wait,
we
wait a
could to
second.
make sure that children aren't being abused?
Yeah, so
Like,
are you against
Wait,
rape
but-
porn?
I mean, that's all I'm saying. Like,
Are you-
like
are you
why,
for the
why
ban?
is
Just
it
that it's
like,
harder for him.
It doesn't make it harder to determine rapes, though.
Yes, it does, right? So
If you have a
somebody
video of
gets-
someone
no,
getting
listen,
raped, it's much easier to convict them. It's actually extremely easy, believe it or not. If you catch someone on tape doing a crime, it's pretty easy
You can say it was
to.
part of a porn set. They can
And they have a
consented at the
signed
time.
thing that
Well,
said that
if the
they were
woman
consenting.
What? Well, I mean, if the woman
And there
consented
there
to
are
it, then it's
people
not
that actually have
rape,
read stories of people who were on porn sets that said that they had things in their contract they were going to do and they were pressured into doing things and then had to say after
it's a huge
everything I
problem.
did was like totally
I feel like that's a
consenting.
different.
It's a huge problem.
When,
It's a
When I
much
say that, yeah, I agree
more
that's a problem.
difficult
But
to
when I
solve
say
issue.
that rape porn is bad, I'm talking about like people getting videoed actually being raped, right? I don't think that rape porn is going to inhibit the police's ability
like
to
Socrates said, like this is like a
to
huge
convict
issue.
rapists.
This is a huge
don't think
issue
that's-
in like the porn industry, right? People being pressured into doing things they don't necessarily consent
Yeah, but
to.
that's a different question. Like,
No, it's
yeah,
not.
I
It's
agree.
exactly the
That's
same.
that's
No.
By the way,
How
I
is
wanted
it
to ask
for
Katie
the
a
same
question
reasons?
on something she said
well,
earlier.
that's fucking horrible.
Doesn't-
Like,
it doesn't have the
like,
same
practice
reasons,
in the
'cause-
It
industry,
relies on the same
then
logic,
something
right?
needs to change in the
no,
industry.
it doesn't.
Just like in other industries where they protest and they walk out, that's exactly what should happen in the porn industry. They should walk out. They
Socrates,
should do
you-
the same exact thing.
Socrates, you're gonna ask
They should
something to
organize
Katie?
so that shit doesn't happen.
Oh, it
Well,
was
and-
me that
No,
was
it's
asking.
sorry.
in these
sorry,
in these
sorry,
ca-
the other guy,
in
Salt.
these cases, it's just not rape though, right?
Salt.
It's bad. It's like bad and morally
I'll let
wrong,
him
right?
finish.
To coerce someone, like to
But
have a
it'll
porn actor
normalize
say,
it,
"Hey, you
at
have to
least.
do this," right? Hey, you have. Well, I'm not making an argument about normalization. I'm very skeptical of normalization as like.
Wait, then what was your
concept.
argument against like 3D?
It was
pedo porn,
supposed to
whatever?
be a logistical thing, except that it doesn't work with the rape stuff.
Yeah, it's just
It's-
inaccurate what you're saying.
What do you mean it
though.
doesn't? Okay, so
You're just
if
factually
you,
wrong.
How,
you
how
are-
does
it's
this
not
the
inaccurate.
3D
Hold up.
pedo porn shit like make it harder to detect real child porn?
You said if it's virtually indistinguishable, which is what you guys are talking about, right?
Visually,
what if it's like-
So that's why when Sneaky Debate Man said, "Hey, actually, you can tell via blockchain that it's completely virtual,"
Mhm.
my problem with it went away.
So I think we're
Also,
going.
Like, if you can guarantee that, you know, like if there's a way to prove like that, you can see, hey, this is part of blockchain, whatever. It's not real children getting abused.
Yeah, and you don't
then
think there's
I'm
any
okay.
adverse
The only-
effects to allowing that?
I mean,
kind
I
of
think
The
thing
it's-
only
inside?
I think
problem with
it's-
that is the layman.
might be,
the
but
layman
not the
has
main
to be able
ones.
to.
So
The layman has to be able to know how to utilize that.
No, I'm not worried about the
That's not
layman. I'm
true.
worried about how the
I want
police
to hear
can.
from Salt. I want to hear
get to child
from,
rapists.
I want to hear from Salt. Salt, and then Katie.
Yeah, Katie said something interesting earlier that I'm hoping we can kind of change the conversation up because I feel like we're going in circles, but I don't want to dictate
Please.
that necessarily. So, Katie, you said that you were, well, basically, you implied that if you are attracted to children, that is a morally bad thing. Is that a correct statement?
The fact that you were born or were at a very young age conditioned to have a sexual attraction that you don't have any control over, no, I think molesting children is morally wrong.
Well, you said way earlier in the conversation, if you're attracted to children, we recognize society, this is a bad thing. So I
think society is stupid for thinking that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm asking because, and I think you're being consistent. I would assume you would say being homosexual isn't a bad thing either, right?
Of course not.
Okay. Well, no, I'm asking because people will say, well, homosexuality is okay because you can't control it, and then they'll also say,
well yeah, that's the problem, right? That's the problem, right? People accept homosexuality, but then with pedophilia, they go, oh, this thing that you can't control, guess you're fucked up because of it. Except that if you don't molest anyone, you haven't done anything wrong. Yeah. Most people who are pedophilic were born with that, and if we're not born with that certain life circumstances have brought that certain preference to happen. Most child molesters are not even pedophiles. The fixation on pedophilia is very dumb, is very ignorant, and people are just weird about it because we all have this sinking feeling in our stomach. We don't like the concept of being attracted to children. I don't think anyone should like that concept. But condemning people who have done nothing wrong,
people, and not wanting others to suffer the same victimhood that they went through.
Wait, but Jason, she's not talking about that.
Yeah, there is a difference. There is a difference between
Katie, finish.
But she's generalizing.
Holy shit! That's the only way. Katie, go.
Is it okay if I heard what Jason said so I can respond to that?
Okay.
Sure, go ahead.
What did you say? Can you repeat that?
Having been a victim of a fucking pedophile, like I have certain feelings about that shit that I don't think are just icky or nothing because they were a part of my life that influenced my entire life and caused me a shit ton of problems.
I understand.
So to sit here and say that it's just an icky feeling is bullshit because you're discounting the people that are victims of said aspects of that ideology.
Then you know what? Maybe I'm talking in a way that is irresponsible. I don't think being upset at child molesters is an issue. I think we should all be upset with perpetrators that are hurting children and are breaking the law. Not all pedophiles are child molesters, though. The majority of them, according to statistics, seem to not be. And a lot of people who child molest or molest children are not pedophiles. So many people harm children and they are not pedophiles. And I want all of those people to be found, and I want them to be tried, and I want us to do stuff about that. But if the conversation is fixating around how people don't understand what pedophilia is and don't understand that pedophilia is not a synonym for child molester, then the conversation can't continue.
Can I ask something?
I want to hear what Doobie would agree with all that, wagging his tongue at us.
I agree with almost everything Katie said, but I just want to hit on the fact that
Doobie's a racist.
That's rude. But kind of taking what Jason said, right? Because I wasn't a victim of like child molestation myself, right? But I have a lot of people in my family who were, right? I nearly killed a child molester. My uncle was molesting his daughter at the time when I was 16, right? I do not like child molesters, right? But I think that so that because you've had this personal experience, right, and you have these feelings toward these people, which I think are totally justified, right? You attaching those feelings to all pedophiles, right? All people who have no control over the sexual attraction that they're feeling, right? They have no control over it. It's just something that's fucked up in their brain, right? Generalizing that way and applying that aggression toward all those people. Seems like, what someone does when, if they're victimized by like a black person, they say, oh, well, fuck, now I'm afraid of all black people.
Here we go.
It's just not a good thing to do, right? We can understand the feeling. It's totally like understandable that someone would feel that way, but it's not something we should make policy about.
I don't think it's equitable.
And I think that we also need to understand that like, if we want a world where there are less children being molested, right, we need to make it okay for pedophiles to come forward and tell people that they need help, right? That they have this problem, they need help with it, and we need to make them feel comfortable and safe to do that. Because a lot of times when the topic of like pedophilia comes up on these panels, the knee-jerk reaction for most people is, oh, fuck them, burn them in a fire, hang them. Yeah, they literally will go on rants about how they want to murder them all and line them up against one and all this kind of shit, right? Which again,
Doobie, this is
that's a totally wait, that's a totally understandable way to feel about child molesters. Not all pedophiles are child molesters, and I think we need to make them feel comfortable about coming forward and getting help.
So I think the problem with this is that like,
we're not out here trying to legitimize them coming into a platform, because this platform is not therapy. This is not the right platform.
I'm not saying on the social platform. He doesn't mean
I
this
don't
debate.
want random people who say I like killing people to come up here and start saying, oh, well, I haven't killed anybody, but I want, now we're making it okay for people to come up.
No, we're not saying it's an okay thing.
Doobie's not saying people should debate being a pedophile.
We're not normalizing
the stigma
the
exists
attraction or saying that the attraction might be a good thing. It's acknowledging that someone might have no control over these feelings, and they can acknowledge this and come forward and seek help. That's a totally reasonable thing.
So then, should we normalize homicidal tendencies as well?
No,
but we should give therapy to people who have homicidal tendencies, right?
Yeah, so the same.
Irresponsible platform.
There are people that feel like committing homicides every day, and we should just accept the fact that they're coming forward to admit that they need help.
But we do want them to come forward, Jason. That's the thing, right? If they're having homicidal tendencies, what we do want to normalize is getting help for mental issues that you're going through, right? So I would want a person who has homicidal tendencies, right, to come forward to say, this is an issue I'm having, right? I don't want to hurt anyone, but like I have this urge. Well, so please
let's say homicidal thoughts, not homicidal tendencies. That kind of makes it sound like you accidentally kill people once in a while. Like, oops, but I'm not,
thoughts, yes, indeed. Thoughts, right? Yes, homicidal thoughts. I want them to come out and say that, right? And get help. It's the same thing with a person who has these urges, right? Like, please, go get help. We want them to, rather than them being in the dark, right?
Part of the problem, though, is that in the therapy world, getting help for these things is also in and of itself really difficult. There's a really wonderful article about a self-described pedophile saying that when he was a kid, he was like trying to seek porn, but he knew it was wrong. And then he tried getting help, and like the therapist was like, "Oh my God, you're a pedophile," and was treating him horribly for it.
React to it.
And so I see kind of the point of some of the people like Jason who's saying, well, yes, I'm sure Jason would say you would want to reduce pedophilia. You'd want to get those people help to a point. But the problem is that where is that line of being able to say, yes, we want those people to come out and say, I need help, but not making them so comfortable that they're like, because we have maps now, right? I feel like we actually have people on Twitter.
When you molest a child is where you cross the line. As long as you haven't hurt anyone, you should be seeking help. Society should be there to give you that help so you wouldn't hurt anyone. That is the point of giving someone help. The line ends when you hurt someone. That is how legal systems work.
The line doesn't end when you hurt somebody. We still have fonts for even those people who have crossed the line to still get healed. Like, reconciliation doesn't stop just because you hurt somebody.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think is that I want people to come. Honestly, if I want child molesters caught and put to trial, okay? So I would want them to come forward too, although they might not be as willing. I want to be a part of a society that encourages pedophiles to seek help so they wouldn't hurt anyone.
All right,
yeah.
Okay, all right.
What?
We live in a place where there's a lot of fallibility, of there's the human condition. Everything isn't perfect. So we have to, there's this, like, you can't stop extending grace to people,
When did I say that? I'm sorry.
I don't know. It sounded like you said you want all molesters caught and put to trial.
Okay. I'll how about I fix this for you?
I misheard you.
Earlier when Doobie said like all these stuff they say about pedophiles, I think they should do that to child molesters. I was like, nope. I disagree. I think we have legal systems I don't believe in retributive justice either way. Okay, so I think you and I are on board with that. I'm more making a point that there's a difference between child molesters and people who are pedophiles, and we should encourage pedophiles to come forward and seek help. That is my interpretation.
Different, but there's a well, which is why I said the stigma is related because there's a connection.
Yes, yeah.
Between...
So the way we deal with it in the justice system is like the thing, right? So if you exist in society and you've got this like you're a pedophile, right? But you haven't actually hurt a child, right? You're a functional member of society, right? Then you get therapy to like make sure you don't ever harm a child, right? Because you're like a person who presents a risk to society, right? If you're a child molester, right, you have actively damaged society, so we take you out of society until you can then be reintroduced through the same. But
I don't even want to go. I don't even want to go so far as like they have gone and enacted in sexual intercourse with a minor. Sometimes it could be conversations, it could be interactions, it can go far as grooming. Like the sexual intercourse doesn't have to occur.
I agree.
For harm,
you should just say any inappropriate sexual contact.
Exactly. And for so what we should do is these people
for trauma
who
passed on.
do these things to kids, right? What they should do is they should seek help, right? And we should encourage these people to come out and seek help, right?
Well, yeah, everybody on both sides needs to seek help. All people who've gone through trauma.
We want to help all sides.
Then you agree.
Yeah.
Simple as
and
that.
There's a big piece of that, which is that to some degree, we do have to normalize being a pedophile because people who are pedophiles are so afraid of the retribution that they aren't coming out.
I don't think normalize being a pedo is the best way to put it. I think it's normalize.
Well, like
for lack of a better phrase. I get what he's saying, but he's
normalize.
Right, move in that direction
for being a pedo.
You guys won't use these
normalize
words.
getting pedophiles help. It probably makes more sense.
Sure, but existing in society and having this condition.
No, you
like,
don't.
that's related.
It's like porn exists on the fringes for a reason, and it's existing on the fringes for a millennium for a reason. Like I think we
I don't understand your point. I'm so sorry.
Well, it's not something that needs to be normalized. Like everybody needs to, we need to start teaching this. In
so
schools.
what he means by that
I'm being dramatic with it, but it doesn't need to be normalized. It's just like when somebody comes for us, we need to teach people to be more gracious.
He says normalize
is a normalcy, you don't
when we say normalize, we don't mean teach people it's okay to be a pedo, right? We don't say that's not what we mean by normalize, right? Obviously, it's not okay to be a pedo, but it is okay. Like, it's not okay. It's something you need to address. However, if you haven't acted on it, the damage of being a pedophile can be like mitigated, right? Like if you go to therapy and get on the hormone so that you don't have sexual urges towards children or really anyone, then that's an improvement. So when we say normalize, we're not just saying let them into the LGBT community. They're completely normal. They're completely valid. We have to respect their identity. We're not saying, no, you have to respect that they want to have sex with kids. We're saying, look, they haven't had sex with kids yet. So we should try to stop them from doing that in the future. And since they haven't done it yet, they're still morally worthy of our help.
I literally don't have to respect.
Well, the stigma is still there. I just want you guys to understand.
Shouldn't be. That's the argument.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. It sounds like we're trying to get rid of the stigma by normalizing.
No. The stigma is on the act, right? The stigma is on
the act. Not the act. It's just that their existence.
No, it's on the act.
Okay, so this is actually my exact argument when it came to pornography, art, violence, etc., which is that we have to be better at distinguishing things. We have to stop making such blanket statements, right? So the issue is the conflation of child abuse, which is not necessarily only pedophiles. I think the vast minority of children who are sexually abused by adults is by pedophiles, right? So
it's mostly not by pedophiles.
Yeah,
okay, but isn't that just because pedophiles are so low in the population? Like it has to be.
They are actually acting on sexual urges.
Doesn't it have to be the case? So disproportionately.
So I can explain.
Hold on, Jason.
I can explain this. So there's people who are selective abusers who abuse a specific type of person because that's what they want to abuse, and there's people who are, I forget the phrase, preferential abusers or something. Opportunist, right? So they abuse whoever they can abuse. If it's the elderly, if it's young children, it's just people who are vulnerable in society who can't speak up about it, right? So the conflation of being a pedophile and abusing children is not accurate, and it's detrimental because it makes it harder to actually stop the abuse of children, which is fundamentally the thing that we care about. It's the abuse of children, right?
But per capita, isn't a pedophile is more likely to abuse a child? Jason,
probably true.
No,
I'm
it's
sure
not.
let me finish. Like
maybe it's
per
not.
capita,
Maybe it's
don't
lower.
you think it's the case? You think it's lower that per
Why
capita
didn't you look this
pedophiles
up? Why did you say
abuse?
that without looking it up?
Mate,
I don't
'cause I'm
understand
pretty
why you
Well,
would
we
say
can
that.
only speculate on whether
Just
that's true
Google it.
because we don't
It'll take
actually
2
know how many
seconds.
pedophiles there are.
No, Pen,
I'm
I
sure
can
there's
send
data on
you.
this.
I
Which is why I
researched
was
for the
like, if we
debate. There's a
normalize
lot
it,
of
is
data
the
on this.
aim
to
for all
be
the
clear, I'm
pedophiles
not
to come out at once?
I'm not disputing the fact that you guys say that there's a bunch of like cases where people who abuse kids aren't pedophiles, right? Like I think that obviously happens a lot of times. Like if we think about in prison, you know, guys rape other guys, that doesn't make them gay.
It's still a pedophilic act.
No, but that's not what I'm saying, Jason. What I'm saying is that surely, even though the fact that they don't commit the majority of child abuse, surely they're just still disproportionately more likely to than the average person.
Can I answer that?
Yes, please do.
And then after that,
I
wanna
did
hear
some
from Dancing
research.
Spoon. But go ahead.
I did some research before the debate because I knew Mr. Girl was going to come on. I read a few stuff, just experts, okay? But there are very clear, since like 60 years ago, there's a lot of data on characterizing child molesters, okay? There are like subcategories. There are people who are pedophilic and sadistic, which harm the most amount of children, but they are the rarest, lowest percentage of child molesters. They are super rare. Those are people who are very harmful, very dangerous, blah, 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 blah. There are research on this. As it seems to be the case, not every pedophile hurts a lot of children at the same time. And okay, let me focus in on my thoughts. Pedophiles do not seem to disproportionately hurt children more than other types of child molesters. Okay?
Wait, well, okay, but that's the key word. More than other types of child molesters. I'm talking about more than like the general population, right? Obviously, among child molesters, it might not be disproportionate, but I don't care about among child molesters. I'm talking about like among the general public.
Okay, so I'm going to be very honest with you.
I think it's really dangerous to speculate on this when you could.
I'm going to be very honest with you. I'm not smart enough to convey the information that I read. I would love to transfer the stuff that I read to you, and then maybe you'll understand it and be able to articulate it better than me.
Hey, Katie, I got an analogy for you, right? So like you think of the black widow spider, right? Black widow spider is very dangerous, right? Very toxic.
Only the kids.
You know, it has the potential to kill people, right?
Sure.
But all black widows don't kill, right?
Sure.
Does that remove the danger of the black widow?
Okay.
The potential
It's
is
kind
there.
of a weird question because
Right?
they're
Even though they don't
dangerous
go
to
around
children.
just like attacking people like spiders and Spider-Man.
Do you
don't
think
go around biting
do
people?
you think you should kill all black widows because they have the potential to kill you?
Yes.
That's not answering my question. I didn't answer that. That's far from my point. I'm not saying we go on a black widow claim.
Yes.
But I'm pretty sure we're trying to normalize pedophilia.
It's really
so we
simple.
can get
it's really simple.
pedophiles help.
No. So Joe puts
So
it really
we
well in
can
the
get.
chat.
So is the aim to not get rid of pedophilia?
Joe puts it really well in the chat, right? So it's not like a sexuality; it's like a disorder, right? And what happens when you stigmatize a disorder, people don't come forward unless the disorder then manifests like the bad aspects of it, right? So like for example with like depression, right? If you stigmatize depression and you say like, oh, if you've got depression, like you're like, I don't know, weak or bad or whatever it is, right? You're like disgusting, right? People won't come forward about their depression. As a result, they kill themselves, or they do bad shit, right? Same with pedophilia, right? If you say like, oh, you're like disgusting, you're bad, right?
Because everybody gets depression.
So
everybody gets depression.
Not clinical depression.
At one point in your life, you have gone through a state of depression.
You don't get clinical depression.
This is the same thing. This would be comparable to like sociopathy or psychopathy.
Whatever.
Not depression.
Fine, whatever. Right?
No, because those
I don't care. I don't care for the comparative example.
For others. It is very important.
Go ahead.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I just wanted to combat that.
Let him finish. Go ahead, sneaky.
I will mute you, Ezzy. Shut the fuck up. All right. So, when you stigmatize a disorder like this and you say like you're bad, you're evil, blah 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 blah, people don't want to come forward about it, right? And thus the bad aspects of that disorder then manifest, right? If you say, right, having the disorder is bad, right? Being depressed is bad. We don't want people in society to be depressed, right? But having depression, having this disorder doesn't necessarily make you like a bad person, unworthy, like a piece of shit or anything, right? What it means is you need help, right? And you should be comfortable coming forward to get that help in exactly the same way as if you're a pedophile, right? Being a pedophile, having this disorder is bad, right? Being attracted to children is bad. That doesn't necessarily make you unworthy of help. It doesn't mean you should be afraid to seek help, because if you don't, you're much more likely to manifest those desires, right? And that's the thing that we definitely don't want, right? But what we need to do is not say that pedophilia is fine. We should normalize pedophilia, right? Like the disorder itself is bad, but people coming forward about that disorder, people being honest about the fact that they have a problem and getting help about it is a good thing.
Even just saying that the disorder is bad could discourage people from coming forward, though.
Well, yeah, but that like
but we don't have a choice.
Every pedophile already.
Yeah, I agree. You don't have a choice.
There you go. Thank you for saying it for me.
I am out.
This is why you don't equate to something like something as general as depression, because everybody goes through that state.
No,
I understand the logic. I understand the logic of it. I understand the logic. It made complete sense.
Condition.
But it was just like my my comparison to the Black Widow. Yeah, it has the ability. It's a very dangerous. The toxic. They're very toxic. They're very dangerous. But we're not gonna go out and try to normalize Black Widow.
Does not make you dangerous. Being a child molester makes you dangerous.
It's not about the state of. You're missing a point.
Well,
it's not about
I think Azzy has a point.
Being a child molester. Like you've already stated yourself. Child molester means you've gone through the act and you.
Can I ask you a question?
You've passed the line. We're talking about.
Do you know most men? Most rapes are committed by men. Do you think that being a man increases the likelihood that you're going to commit a rape?
Yes.
No one's making that point.
Yes.
Yes.
No one's making that point.
Saying that there's something wrong with being a man and that there's something that inherently makes you dangerous. You keep
women
men
still
are
have
dangerous
to be
though.
Women still have to be cautious when they're a room full of men because they don't know the possibility that one of those men might be dangerous.
I don't.
This is why I asked you the initial question: does the danger go away just because we normalize something?
Yeah, we should.
I asked that question. You guys have never answered.
Well, she doesn't agree. There is.
You guys have strawman all you want. You can strawman all you want, and it's fine. But you gotta answer my question.
Not understanding anything she's saying.
Dangerous for no reason.
No, it's not. It's a very good reason.
Explain what makes them inherently dangerous.
They have there's the potential risk.
Yes, there is the potential risk that you rape me. Are you dangerous?
Why we're trying to get them out. This is why we're trying to get them out. Yeah. I'm not trying to.
I don't agree that these things are equivalent. I think.
Azzy, what she's saying is okay.
I'm not trying to make any.
I just don't see
the risk is still there. That's my whole.
Sure, but you could say the same thing about men walking at the street, right? Just because men are statistically more likely to commit a rape or a murder doesn't mean that it's inherently wrong to be man. Yes, it is statistically more likely, but that doesn't make it intrinsically wrong, right? Well, you kind of seems like you are, Azzy. I'll be completely honest with you.
Let's clarify.
That's exactly what you're saying.
Let's clarify. I'm not saying that the Black Widow spider is inherently evil. I'm not saying the Black Widow spider is inherently bad. I'm not saying inherently dangerous. Pedophiles are inherently bad. That's I never made that clarification. All right. So let's move on. In good faith. Okay. I'm saying that the risk of the action taking place is still there. The risk of course is still there.
The danger never goes away. That doesn't mean anything.
Okay, but
that does mean a lot.
Azzy, what if we look at the crime statistics, right? I mean, if we look at the crime,
potato chip and die.
I think the obvious. the obvious reason this argument doesn't work is we can look at
point. That's fine. Okay.
But Azzy, like,
I think I get what Azzy's saying. I'll go against the grain.
Look at the
because
FBI.
I think his point. I think his point is that if you're a pedophile, you're more at risk of trying to act on something you can't get. If you're a pedophile, you want to have sex with something you can't.
This is 1350 for pedos. That's what it is.
It's not true.
Like you're
Wait,
saying,
no,
like,
it's not true.
What you're saying feels correct, but it's actually not proven in the data, nor does it make sense if you truly think about it.
What can you clarify what you mean by that?
What data?
I just want to hear her. I don't understand what she's responding to.
Okay, so let me try to clarify. If you're a pedophile, you're saying, well, you're attracted to children, right? And is your argument sold that because they can't have children, that somehow would make them want to act on it more? I'm trying to specify what you're saying.
I'm saying that, like, me as a straight individual,
okay,
I have a proclivity towards women. And so when you're deprived of sex, and we see this in our prisons, we actually will even, out of desperation, will go and have sex with other men, even if we say we're straight, just because that desire is so important to us. And so I imagine it would be fair to say that a pedophile who can't have sex with children, that has that urge, is an inherent danger in that way. Now, I'm not making a moral statement.
Can I ask you something then?
Yeah, go for it.
So, if a man that has those urges, he's straight, he has a normal sex drive, whatever, and he's been deprived of sex for 30 years, are you saying that he is dangerous because he might really want to just grab a woman and go at it?
That's such a unique scenario that it's. I mean, we
have a bunch of incels. We have a bunch of incels. It's not unique at all. You can imagine a 30-year-old virgin. Is a 30-year-old virgin a danger?
Or you can take the names out of it, right? Your logic relies on this premise, right? So you have X group. X group are more likely to offend at X thing, right? And your statement is that because X group are more likely to offend at X thing, we should say that X group is bad, right? So in this case with pedophiles, right? Pedophiles more likely to molest children, and thus pedophiles are bad. And I know, but that's their logic, right? So this applies exactly to men, right? Men statistically more likely to rape. X group more likely to commit X crime. Thus, X group is bad, right? It's exactly the same logic, exactly the same.
So I think if the conclusion is that they're bad, then it's the same logic. But I mean, if the conclusion is just that they're dangerous, then I will make the argument that men are more dangerous than women because they do more violent acts.
We're talking about danger.
Is
the danger of the act?
It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean it's bad to be a man, but men are more dangerous.
More dangerous is fine. More dangerous is fine, right? Because we can say more dangerous. We can say, right, our response to that is, well, we know that this group are more dangerous, and thus, if this group has these like feelings, has these kind of actions, right, those people should be encouraged to seek help, right?
Yeah, agree.
Right? These people,
but it's because they're more dangerous that they need that help. Yes,
I agree, right? But these people should not be told that they are like bad or wrong, because that is counterproductive to them seeking help, right? We acknowledge hold on. We acknowledge that the act is bad, right? But the desire and knowing that I should not act on that desire and I should not get help, that is not bad. That's a good thing, and we should encourage that.
But you should allow them, you should tell them that you have something that is potentially dangerous. You should allow, that's through the process of getting them treated. You have something that is dangerous, and we're trying to treat you.
Yes.
Right? It's not about telling them you're a bad person or you're an evil person. That's totally unnecessary. That's more of that moral or emotional reaction to something. That's a reactionary
I think most of us agree.
Response. Yeah. We're not talking about that.
That's not the issue. The issue is that when you start establishing the more dangerous route is when people say they are more dangerous, therefore X, Y, and Z should be done to them or should be done preemptively to them because I think they have a higher risk of doing right something.
Now. We're preemptively saying we need to normalize this so that when they come out, we don't what's being done to them doesn't happen. And I assume
by normalize?
Yeah, exactly. Can you please explain what you mean when you say that? Because I've heard that a few times.
Sure. So here's here's
no. We want to hear Azzy. We want to hear Azzy.
Oh, okay. Because I said yes to normalize.
What we're doing right now is preemptively trying to initiate a normalization of pedophilia, or at least them coming out and saying, "I'm."
We're asking what do you mean when you say normalize?
What do I mean by, as in, it is now okay to say it within a public stratosphere, amongst normal people, not
okay.
You're saying
normalizing pedophilia.
We're talking about people who don't have to go through the logical, holes, and the logical. They don't have to do all the thinking that we're doing right now. They'll just it's accepted. Just like it's like that. It's like
so.
It's like
this is the
food.
problem.
You go to a fast food restaurant, you get it. It's normal. It's common.
This is the problem. I think so. I would agree that for a litany of reasons, opening up like the concept of maps. I don't know if you're familiar with that in a public space, especially where there are potentially children available to that person that's a pedophile. I would agree for a litany of reasons that that's a problem, but
I agree.
I haven't heard. Wait. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you on that. I don't know if the other people here if that's what they're saying. What instead
I know
we want
not.
is
That's why I was arguing with them before. I was arguing saying that there's a problem with normalizing it, because especially there's a problem with
right. But we're using the word normalize different than you are,
Socialist. Go ahead.
Okay, so there's a problem of context there, right? What I would want, and what I would hope most people would want, is for these people to be able to open up to their therapist, to people that are very close to them, that they that may actually introduce them to children and may actually introduce a problem of them becoming attracted to that child, potentially offending. I want them to be able to open up in those contexts. I don't want them to be able to go out into a public space or social media and say, I'm a pedophile and that's okay.
Said the same thing. Thank you. Because that's exactly what I said.
Well, maybe there was...
No. So it's a different, right? So they should be able to go into a public space and say, I'm a pedophile, right? And the public reaction to that should be, you need to get help, right? I'm a pedophile and that's okay. No, that's not okay, right?
No one's saying
I agree.
that.
Someone asked a really interesting question in chat, which I'd be interested to hear Katie respond to. And they said, would you let a pedophile babysit your child? So you have someone that's attracted to children, but your point is saying, well, just because they have that attraction doesn't mean they're more inclined to do that. So by that logic, wouldn't you feel comfortable doing that?
Yeah. So here's my answer to that. So
you can answer it.
Oh, sure. Oh, sorry.
No. Go ahead. I want to hear your answer now.
Yeah. So my
you
answer is that
take than me.
I would probably feel uncomfortable, but if it's the case that pedophiles abuse children less than non-pedophiles, I'm a bad parent if I don't leave my child with a pedophile, no matter what the fuck my feelings are. It's the same thing if I'm like, oh, I'm afraid of flying because I could die, but flying is safer than driving and I decide to drive. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. I made a poor choice.
Like you.
Say that again. You're a bad parent if you
a bad parent if I didn't leave my child with a
pedophile. In the hypothetical world, pedophiles molest children at a lower rate.
This is like, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Again, because he's talking about an unlikely hypothetical. That's why it sounds crazy.
You completely missed
the other half of his point.
He made a hypothetical. Saying if you had data, right? Hypothetical data, you're not going to find this data, it's not real, but hypothetical data that says that leaving pedophiles are less likely to abuse and hurt children, right? If that data actually did exist, then you would be a worse parent for not leaving your child with one of them in that hypothetical situation. That's what he's saying.
Sure. And just to caveat, so this is an important thing. So there might be other consequences. So if I leave my child with a pedophile and they're technically safer there, other people might judge me or they might judge my child, and there might be some kind of like weird social effect that could result, which is part of why we do have to think about what it means to normalize pedophilia to some degree. So here's the question. So
can
people
I answer
get
the
help?
question he asked? Sorry.
Sure. Well, okay. Let me just make one really, really quick,
No problem.
just kind of general statement.
Ask your question.
Which is, can pedophiles get treatment and stop being pedophiles? Because if they can't, then we have to be comfortable with somebody saying, I am a pedophile, and say, you're getting treatment, right? Like, yes, I'm getting treatment. You know, I haven't offended. I've been working really hard on this, and be like, that's great. Good for you, right? That's what the interaction is going to look like.
Awesome.
I actually agree, yeah.
So, yeah.
I have that interesting question. I don't mean to interrupt, but it's very interesting.
Wait, Katie never. Katie never got to respond.
So about I would like to use the question as a prompt to tell you about the future that I had in mind when I was thinking about this, but I will answer because I don't want to cop out. If I had a kid and I had a close friend who told me they were pedophile, and I don't know how I would feel about leaving them with my child. I think I would feel extremely uncomfortable and worried. I think that if I were to look at it logically, I doubt that my close personal friend who told me he's a pedophile is going to harm my child. But I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to feel good about it in my stomach. So I honestly, maybe I do need to cop out and say, I really don't know. But I would like to use that as a jumping off point to say that I don't necessarily think that in the world where we let pedophiles get help, I wouldn't be comfortable with pedophiles working at schools. But you know what would really help? If we had pedophiles coming forward and then we could not let them work at schools, therefore helping them to not harm children. So if you are a pedophile, if you are getting treatment, if it's institutionalized, then we can help you find a job. That means that you're not around children. We can give you accommodation. That means that you don't have to be around schools. We can have a community support system that helps you avoid having more temptation. The same way that a recovering alcoholic might not want to be around alcohol, I would want you to come to me and say, I need help, and I will give you that help. And part of that help means that, I'm sorry, you can't be a teacher at a school, even if it's your dream. I'm sorry. I'm not okay with that.
I think part of the thing, though, Katie, is that with that, you can't say that there's not a sort of worry about someone who has pedophilia or pedophilic urges.
So I'm going to tell you,
because you said earlier, well, that has nothing to do with. Yeah.
So I'm going to tell you what the problem with what I just said is.
Mm-hmm.
It is unfair to pedophiles. It is discriminatory and unfair, because what we're doing is saying other child molesters we can't identify. They don't have the psychiatric disorder. They are just out there, regular people that have X, Y, and Z reasons to why they molested a child, and we can't identify them. And when we encourage pedophiles to come forward, what we're really telling them is, you come to me so I can label you and then restrict your life so you can get help, because if you end up offending, I'm going to have to throw you in jail. And that's not fair. They will never live like a truly equal life. Unfortunately, I would prioritize, I would want to be fair to those people that have not harmed anyone yet and are not at fault for their psychiatric disorder. But if I know that about them, then I would want to restrict their access to children.
Yeah, it's like
Institutionally, if in the personal individual level, I would not, if someone wanted to leave their child with a close friend that they knew were a pedophile, I would not judge them for it.
It's the same reason why we can't have like people with Down syndrome being air traffic controllers, right? Like technically it is unfair, right? It is discriminatory, but like we make that discrimination in the better interest of society in the same way that we would like not want pedophiles living around schools or working in schools. Like it is discriminatory, but that is in the best interest of society.
Same thing with the military. The military is not an equal opportunity.
Deserve fairness.
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
I think that deserves.
Why?
So
Because
really
human beings.
This is irresponsible. It's like to say unfair. I disagree with unfair. It's like saying it's unfair to alcoholics if I leave alcohol in front of them, knowing
that's not the same.
The same thing. I said the same thing about depression, but the logic still stands.
If you were an alcoholic and then somebody told you you could never enter a bar again, that would be unfair to alcoholics, and that is the equivalent.
Well, this is why you got to be
comparing
careful
alcohol to
with the
children.
extreme. Maybe one day they'll be able to teach in a school once they get treatment and are
But I don't
healed.
want them to. I'm sorry. I'm not willing to take that risk.
Well,
I
I'm
think,
glad.
I think we need to be a little bit careful about this, right? So
You gotta be careful about this.
Wait,
And
no.
it shouldn't be so-
I don't think I'm agreeing with you.
You're being too extreme. This is crazy.
No. So here's the thing. So being able to be attracted to a class of people is different from acting. Well, okay. So we agree. Obviously, that's different from acting on it. But I don't know. I think I personally just don't know enough about this condition to be able to really like offer. Because I guess my issue is this. So many of the arguments that are coming up are the same arguments that I've heard in the past against gay people. Not that I'm trying to I'm not trying to equate.
I'm not trying to
equate.
It's different.
It's
Definitely different.
They're absolutely a different thing. But if an argument can be made and it turned out to be, upon reflection later, not a good argument, then I think we just need to be at least a little bit wary about making the same argument for something else, right? So the argument you heard time and time again is, well, you don't want like a gay person coaching a same-sex team, right? That's the kind of shit that you heard like in the 90s.
Because they're gonna make them gay. That's the thing that they're gonna say. They are all gonna be gay.
I don't understand. Is
not
the
for that,
issue
but-
now that I'm saying that I don't want pedophiles to be teaching at schools?
I think
Because let me
we
tell
need
you,
to be
in
careful
100
about
years
that.
from now, when society is
we
completely
are-
different and treatment models are different, maybe I'll have a different opinion. As it now stands, I don't think society can tolerate pedophiles being teachers at schools.
Sure, that's almost certainly true. But what society can tolerate is a little bit different from what we want to work toward. And I think so. Again, like I'm so out of my depth in terms of this particular condition. I bet pedophiles probably have a ton of comorbidities that could be treated.
No, they don't actually.
Is that really the case? There isn't like childhood
From
trauma
what I
associated
read,
with.
that's not the same as comorbidity.
But also like I think I heard like a stat that pedophiles on average have a lower IQ. Is that?
I have not come across that, and I would be surprised if that were the case.
Okay. So I would want to like do more research before I strongly defend like this, like any particular point. But just to say, just to be a little bit careful about these arguments, just that somebody could be attracted to a group of people and therefore it can't be safe for them to be around, or talking about the degree of safety. I think we need to be slightly careful about that.
Who said that though?
No, I don't think so.
Omar?
Well,
Hold on. I want to.
Yep.
I want to get Omar. Go ahead. Give it a try.
For sure. So I don't agree with pedophilia in any way, shape, or form. And I do agree with I do agree with keeping sex away from children. However, an interesting question that I have is, our sexuality is formed in our childhood. So I agree with keeping sex away from children. However, in the sense that our sexuality is formed in childhood, how can we better rectify that? And
What do you mean by keeping sex away from children?
Like, I would never show a child pornography,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
And
Then what's
I
your
would-
question? Sorry.
It's a way for us to, because our sexuality is formed in childhood, right? What you are into is formed when you're a child.
There are theories supporting that, yeah.
Yeah, so it's very interesting, and I'm trying to figure out ways that we can talk about that and figure out ways to do it in a healthy and mature manner.
Do what?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, do what?
I think what he's saying is make it so that they don't become pedophiles. If it is true that there's a pedophile gene,
We don't
it's
have
not
enough
just
data on that.
I'm aware, but what he's saying is, if it comes to be the case that there is no pedophile gene and it's something about your upbringing, his solution is to find out what that cue is that activates pedophilia in people and stop it before it happens. But I agree.
But we say the same about psychopaths. We say that about a lot of things.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be clear, I think his argument isn't very like. I was just trying to explain what I thought he was saying.
If we can do that, we should.
Yeah,
I think everyone agrees with. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty obvious.
So just to say for Katie, I put this in the chat and in the VC chat. It sounded like you were very interested. There's a study that was done that verified that the result that associates pedophilia with low IQ is non-artifactual.
Okay. Where? In VC chat?
It's in VC chat and it's in the Twitch chat.
While you guys are doing that, what did you all agree with onto Omar's part?
Yeah, Omar, do you agree with like what people said about you?
Yes, yeah, I do agree with that assessment. I mean, if what would be the best way to sort of figure out that gene or that experience, or is it do pedophiles come from one family homes, two family homes?
That would be great if we had that information, but we just don't. And I don't think we should put all our hopes in we get that information, because it seems like genes are so complex. Like the interaction between our genes and our environment and the characteristics that we have are just so intercomplicated. I don't think it's. I think we should that's a potential in the far future when we have such a better understanding of genetics and
if we could
developmental
traits, we would just do so, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We can't bank on that.
Yeah, we can't bank on that. That's what I'm saying.
There is a fortunate side effect to getting more pedophiles in therapy, and that is that more of them will become parts of these studies, and they'll ultimately contribute to figuring out what causes those sorts of urges.
If I were to engage with your question, again, I think everybody understands we don't have the research on this, but as far as my understanding of a lot of psychiatric disorders, a lot of them seem to have just the answer to everything. It's a mixture of nature and nurture. And once that is the case, if it happens to be the case, which I assume that it is, we're going to try to do whatever we can with the nurture part. And then we can talk about eugenics if you want later. We did that a while ago. That was fun.
I think that's a good argument for eugenics. What if we could eugenic away pedophiles?
I'm not gonna do the eugenics thing again. I said later.
I wouldn't mind
later.
switching topics.
I'll do the eugenics thing again.
I would love to.
Brian, if you want to switch it up for us, I'd
Switch
appreciate
topics. What?
Anyway, someone asked something interesting in chat. Like for pedophiles, should we, if we're so afraid of them acting out, if they have children, right? Just in the normal course of things, should we take away their children immediately?
Yes.
What? No.
Can I first respond to what Socrates said a while ago?
I mean, I'll say.
Please, Prime.
I have to focus on this.
Okay, fine. So, no, it's good.
My answer would be yes, we should take away their children if those children are going to be in better care elsewhere. Like if they're going to be put into an orphanage where they're going to get just as abused, probably not, right?
Wait, no, you're assuming abuse.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like if the environment that they're going to away from their parents is worse than the environment they're currently in.
You assuming
abuse.
abuse.
That's the problem. You're assuming abuse.
Then you take away.
I think the
you
problem
should take
with that
in that case, then you should take away kids from all poor parents, right? Because you're more likely to be abused.
Square one, which is what I said before. If you're gonna take their kids away because you're gonna assume abuse, then you're assuming that there's some type of inherent danger present because a person's a pedophile. We're back to square one again.
But guys, he said it like that on purpose. It's because most likely your foster system is not going to be good enough in any capacity to outweigh the benefits of living the child with their pedophilic parents. Therefore, he doesn't actually support taking the child away, because you'll basically have to have a system that means that foster care or adoption services give you better results than basically in that world. Most people will get their children taken away because your system is that good that they'll probably have better outcomes elsewhere.
Exactly.
I just think sneaky point isn't. I don't think we apply this consistency.
When did he say that? I mean,
anywhere.
that's a roundabout way of coming to that conclusion.
That was what I was getting at.
If we talk about like
Sorry, was
refugees,
that not obvious?
we never say we're going to not let refugees in because we're not confident that their war-torn country will be as good as whatever they're getting here. So we need to keep them out until we're sure they're going to come into a good place. We wouldn't use this argument. So it doesn't really
or we should take their kids away because they won't be able to raise them as good as a
right. It's
citizen
just,
family.
There's no consistency there.
Take the kids away from.
Can you just say you wouldn't take children from pedophilic parents?
Well, I mean, that question boils down to, can someone really change?
Well, no, it's not about changing because they probably can't change. But can they raise them well and be good parents?
I was directing that to Sneaky, actually.
I think I am being consistent with like the refugee thing. Like I think like a war-torn country, like letting them into like a stable country is like that is a better environment, right? It makes it's completely consistent.
But maybe they're in a rich part of the country they came from.
Letting them in isn't the same as forcing them in, right?
They end up in a ghetto here.
Like they wouldn't be refugees if they weren't coming like seeking somewhere better, would they?
Sure, I was making the argument a moment ago that you could probably find lots of classes of people who their parents may have like low, like statistically poor outcomes, right? Maybe even right. There's probably lots that you could find that are worse than pedophiles.
To answer
maybe.
Prime's question, I would take them away. I think that's the safe thing to do.
I would take them away, and here's why. And this is maybe gonna sound bad, and I want to know like what other people's opinion on this is. Of course, some forms of abuse just suck more, and I think being impoverished is really, really difficult. But I don't think that the types of scars that it leaves are quite the same as
You guys
literally everybody could abuse their kids, right?
Yeah.
This isn't something that's unique to pedophiles. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think it's probably an added risk, but is it an added risk to the extent that it's a better idea?
Okay, maybe I misunderstood.
When I mentioned poor people, it wasn't that I'm talking about the scars of poverty. I'm saying that you're more likely to be abused within a poor household, right? Yeah. So like
I still don't. Okay, I don't think that the risk is the same, and I don't think that the types of abuse that would necessarily be.
But it's higher than.
Okay, I would have to look at the data on that.
Okay.
Can I answer Prime's question then?
Because wouldn't it have to? Yeah, go for it. And stop asking.
Oh, sorry. Fuck.
Maybe it's
if you ask again, I'm gonna interrupt you. Okay.
And the poverty is causing stress and trauma. And then like the situation may occur.
Stress is actually one of the great things that make people childless.
That still doesn't.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
That still doesn't justify taking. You have to. This is like a cop saying, "I'm going to arrest you before the crime occurs."
So, Azzy, you don't agree that
I don't agree with arresting people before a crime is committed.
Well, no one said arrest.
I'm not going to take away a kid.
I get it.
Unless there's signs of abuse, and that's legal.
Can I answer now?
You cannot take away a kid before there are signs of abuse.
It's interesting that I would feel like you'd be on the, knowing what you said before, you'd be on the other side of the issue.
I know, right? He's all over the place. It's very interesting.
You're all over the place.
I'm not all over the place. No,
it's a good take, though. It's a good take.
Fair. I'm mostly joking.
There's a difference between your own kid and someone else's kid.
Hey, Katie.
What?
Hey, Katie.
I don't know what it's like to be a pedophile.
You were wondering why your camera wasn't working. It's because it's still active in StreamYard. So you have to turn it off there, and then you can turn it on here. Yeah. So, but you can also respond if you want.
As he makes a great
just
point,
like
though.
some rabid. Pedophiles aren't some rabid creature that just child's an area and they just react and it just turns on. This stuff is like, it's not that simple. And I feel like we keep trying to be so logical and we simplify things that are not. There's just some awkwardness.
My answer is
conversation.
If they're not
it's their own
pedophiles,
kids.
as in they came out and are registered and are known to have to be pedophiles, right? Then we wouldn't know. Then we wouldn't be able to take their children.
That doesn't mean that is not.
Please
That is not.
Wait, to be fair,
Katie.
I haven't finished one. So
Prime.
Katie.
Yeah, wait, Prime. Kate interrupted Azzy.
Katie.
I mean, to be fair, Penn, I've been trying to talk for a little bit, but it's fine. My argument is this: if they're not out as a pedophile, you wouldn't know, so you wouldn't be able to take their children away. If they are out as a pedophile in this world where you can be registered as a pedophile and they will be getting treatment, I would actually go, if they're known as a pedophile and they're not getting treatment, I might be willing to consider taking the children away. But I'm assuming that in that world, there are a lot of resources to help them with that. I'm going to assume that that's going to be a fringe scenario. I know that we love that shit. I'm going to assume that in that world, most pedophiles would choose to not have children because I assume that would be difficult for them and they wouldn't just make that choice. But in the case somebody wanted to do that, yeah, I wouldn't take their children.
Don't you think they would just choose not to register then? I mean, if you're saying, hey, if you're a registered pedophile, you can get your kids taken away, that's a hell of a good reason not to ever register and to just suppress urges, right?
This is the craziest thing. And this is why I'm not flip-flopping at all. Because if we're talking about normalizing pedophilia, but like what Pam's are,
we're not normalizing pedophilia.
Registered pedophile
getting help for a disorder.
All right, I'm gonna have to ask you to be quiet for a sec and let me finish.
Can I finish, please?
Like, we keep bouncing back and forth where we don't want we don't want pedophiles in schools because they might be, but you know, in case I just don't get the correlation here. We keep bouncing back and forth. There's a difference between, because now we're intermingling incest and pedophilia. It's still their own kids. So there's still a different relationship. There's a still different dynamic.
That's what you're saying. You're saying that just because it's their kid, then
because
they're not.
Yeah. So there's a whole new dynamic going on. It's their kid.
That follows.
I'm sorry,
no,
why does that matter?
That's what
no,
the question.
no. What he's saying makes a ton of sense. Like,
Yeah,
people who grow up together
You should wait a bit.
That's right. Listen, the question
statistically, what are
maybe
Mafia? Let me just say one thing, Mafia. I want
for sure.
Yeah. As he makes an interesting point, which makes me wonder, what are the statistical occurrences of incest happening among pedophiles versus if statistically pedophiles are happening,
pedophiles should be able to have children.
I feel like this is so simple. Like, my answer is the correct one, right? If the child would be better off elsewhere than where they currently are, then you take them away, right? It's that simple, right? So it's
not that simple.
But I don't think that's what we're talking about.
It's not that simple at all.
No, it is that simple, and in fact,
not in real world.
I mean, it's simple, but it's not like applicable in any way.
You can't measure what they're.
Okay,
how do you objectively measure the future outcome of a child in a certain situation? How do you?
We're talking about future. Well, we are.
That's what
We're talking about
right?
future
If you're talking
outcomes.
about your future outcomes of the kids, right? That's in the
Of
future.
course, no one here is going to agree or disagree that someone who is acted upon pedophilically it should be covered their parents. No one's making that argument.
I'm not talking about minority reporting anyone, right? I'm not talking about future crimes and like doing all this like crazy stuff.
But I think that's what we are talking about.
Right. So great. So you've got this example
I'm
of
not.
a parent who is a pedophile, right? And thus this person doesn't want to register, right? If they abuse their children, they get their kids taken away. If they don't abuse their children, they get to keep their kids.
That's a different
despite being a
hypothetical.
pedophile. It's that simple. It's that fucking simple.
That's a different hypothetical.
Wait, what? None of us disagree with that.
Right. So in any
I think
scenario,
some people
right?
disagree with
That has nothing to do with your previous statement. Like, yeah, no shit. Obviously, their kids should get taken away if they fucking abuse them. That was never under debate, right? Like, I think everyone here agrees that if you abuse your kids, they get taken away.
Saying preemptively take away the kids.
Yeah, there's just been a miscommunication.
Well, that's what he's saying.
Here.
He's saying preemptively take away the kids because they could be better.
No, he's saying don't. He's saying don't.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Wait, so you're all you're saying is that if they, yeah, wait,
we
if
meant
all you're
preemptively.
Wait, I want to.
Yeah, we're all
make
saying
sure.
preemptively.
No, hold up.
That's my point. Minority report, yes. You're saying no.
Yes, I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying right. It's that simple, right? If the kid is abused, you take it away. If the kid isn't abused, You can't take it away, right?
We
Regardless.
all
of
agree with
wait,
the abuse
it's
portion
so
of it.
obvious.
That's
No
all we're
shit.
talking about.
Wait, but
We
yeah,
all
like
agree.
of course.
If you're abused, take them away. But
Sneaky
that's
and
not what
Katie
we're
were
talking
playing
about.
40 chess, and the rest of us plebeians, we just didn't really understand what was going
No,
on.
wait,
Listen.
that statement is so obvious.
The question.
Listen, the question boils down to: is being a pedophile make you automatically into incest as well?
That's not the
It
question.
doesn't. I mean, it depends on your likelihood.
I don't think that's the case.
But
The question.
Someone in chat did
No,
say
the
that
question.
statistically most
Y'all go ahead
pedophile abuses happen within
Normalize
people you know, like a
Most-
family member. So
Most abuse of
Isn't that
children
most
happen
shut?
with people
But-
you know. Yes, yeah.
yeah,
But
like-
are they preferential abusers or are they opportunistic abusers?
Right, and this. So I think the
That's
question
hard.
about whether or not we take them out preemptively has to do with the risk conversation we were talking about earlier, and I wanted a clarification on that. If Socrates or Katie, you have the thing you're talking about, because I'm wondering, is the statistic you're talking about saying that like somebody who is a pedophile who is sexually attracted to children, or we can include the epophile stuff, like all that stuff, but like somebody who's sexually attracted to children is less likely than the average person to offend against children, or is
I don't have
or
that data.
statistically
We don't have that
most
data.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it sounded like what you were
But-
saying
but
earlier
most
is that
abuses
you
of
have less
children are by
risk with pedophile of
non-pedophiles.
somebody offending, which doesn't seem to me
No.
on its face to
So
be necessarily true.
what
That
Socrates
seemed
was
to be-
talking about was the hypothetical scenario that data came around that like the average person might hurt a child more than a pedophile. We don't have that
Wait.
data. And right now,
But it seemed like y'all were pushing back on the idea that
Yeah,
that
you were-
pedophile
you
was
guys
more
were all
likely
giving me shit
to
for
harm
this.
your child, right?
Yeah, you
Like,
were all
that
giving me
was
shit
pushback
for
against
this.
Yeah,
I was
there was
pushing
pushback
back.
against this when we were talking about leaving
pushing
kids with pedophiles. You were saying no, that's actually there was some pushback there, which it was like, well, we
Right.
don't either we don't know, or they are less likely actually than some people to offend against your child.
Some
I
people
was-
were working in the realm of hypothetical, and some people were just operating on that data.
I was
as
making the case. So I was making the case. I'm trying to point out the issue with these kind of arguments, right? So the idea that it's like, if we think that maybe you're not going to be good to your kids because you're within some class of people, we're just going to yoink your kids away. If it turned out that pedophiles were like better parents than non-pedophiles, then that means y'all don't get to have kids anymore. If we're going to use that, if that's sound logic, then we have to follow it.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. I
So
get
so
that.
so there's a danger in making these kind of arguments where it's like, oh, you're in a class of people where you're likely to behave worse in this way, so you don't get to make actions. We're just gonna preemptively, minority report you.
I don't think that's
these kind of
actually the
arguments
same
are
the
also
same
try
logic.
to-
Because in one of those cases, they're saying that anyone below a certain threshold of risk is not allowed to have kids. That's not the same as saying only the people who we expect to be the best parents can have kids, because
If
you
there's
could
an
draw the
extremely
line
high
at
level
different
of risk,
places.
of course. Yeah.
Well, right.
Yeah,
but I mean,
because
if that's-
it's like, do we have to find only the best parents in the world and the other 99% of us can't have kids? I don't think anyone's saying that.
And the question is there an extremely high level of risk?
Yeah.
in leaving
So,
the child
so then,
alone with somebody
so
who's
then there's really no
exclusively
point about
sexually attracted
talking
to
this
children?
until we have the data, right? But kind of theory crafting about like, oh, I think a pedophile might do this, might do that. We don't have the data. It's a little bit like
We gotta find a
but it's
pedophile. We
especially
gotta
for-
ask him.
Wait. Yes. So the question is, can we define first of all what the level of risk would be that we would take someone's kids away, and then the next thing we have to do to check our own biases is to look at different classes of people and see what the risk is. What if I don't know, any group that I'm going to name is it's going to sound really bad. But what if
Gingers. Just say gingers.
What if like rich gingers? What if rich gingers, like 50% of them abuse their kids?
I mean, we
right?
already do this though. Like this is we're talking about stuff that there's already policy for. There are pedophiles who have children or there are people who have abused children in the past who have children, and there are ways that they work with the court system to say like, okay, how often are they alone with the kid, if at all? Maybe they shouldn't be at all, and they work this out. Like we deal with this. We have policies on this already where we do attempt to calculate this kind of risk, right, based on past offense, based on what they say. One of the questions that they ask is, have you ever been sexually attracted to your child while this is something that we do this already.
Yeah.
So we do attempt to calculate this risk out quite as best as we can.
Well, yeah, okay.
we?
So wait. So what you're saying, I think, is really good, because what you're talking about is evaluating the posterior probability of somebody doing something rather than the prior probability. So the prior probability is just like, are you a pedophile, yes or no? Posterior probability is based on actions that they've taken or situations that get more and more detail about their own parenting, right?
Yeah, well, and I think as he had kind of a good point. I don't know. I guess since some of us are dealing in hypotheticals and some of us are asking for data and everything's kind of going to mishmash. I'm not really sure where we're at, but like, if I'll formulate my question. Sorry, keep going. I had a train of thought that just disappeared.
No, I like where you're going. Okay, I gotta go. I love you guys.
Love you, Socrates.
Good panel as always.
Yeah.
Really happy to see you, Prime.
See ya,
Happy New Year.
Socrates.
SCS, can I call you SCS? Did you have something to say?
Yeah, it was just about I don't really know too much about like the court system and how it affects parental custody, but do we actually have a process by which people who have offended against children in the past, so we know that they have done it, and do they actually go through a process after they have their own kids? Like, let's say they did it.
In this case,
when they were like,
you don't get your kids just like taken away, right? You go on a watch list,
Yeah.
and then when you do offend, right, they were ready for it. And
Okay.
Or as a condition, like for example, if you're I only know this because there was one particular case that happened with a pastor out in Idaho that you guys might be familiar with, who he married a pedophile and he worked with the judge in the area. And like, yes, this happens, right? So where you as a registered sex offender, the people that are working your case, the judge that's involved, whatever, know that you're getting married, know that there's a possibility that you have a kid. Okay, now they know that your wife is pregnant, and then before the child is born, they work out a plan to where basically like, well, okay, here's what the arrangement is going to be, here's what childcare is going to be like, here's when or if you can be alone with the child, and then we'll go from there basically. So this,
Were they a pedophile or were they a child molester?
He is a pedophile. Yeah, absolutely. Like he molested lots and lots and lots of random kids. So.
No. Is he a pedophile or is he a child
he's exclusively
molester?
attracted to children, he says.
No, missing the question. Is it someone who's acted upon their pedophilia is what she's asking.
He said
Yeah,
so.
he's both. Yes,
okay.
he molested dozens and dozens of kids in multiple states. Yes, he absolutely. Yes.
Yeah, but isn't a child molester still considered a pedophile?
No.
Not always. No.
No.
That's the problem that we're dealing with here, right? So most actually, and this was the question, is like, so most, like, if you just take any given person who was molested, the odds are you were molested by a preferential offender and not somebody who is exclusively a pedophile, because there are so few pedophiles. But the problem is that we also know that pedophiles tend to molest lots and lots of kids, where preferential offenders might only molest a couple within their family.
You got it backwards when you said preferential.
It is no.
You,
I'm looking at it right now. This is
but opportunistic.
This is a
is what
study
you
from
meant.
Okay, it's a study from 1985 and then one from 2004.
That's,
but no, it's
I'll send you mine.
It's opportunistic and not preferential. You had those two switched.
Yeah, so somebody, but the I'll go
who
back.
cares? Don't even. Why even argue at that point? It's fine.
Well, because it is, if we're talking about the relative risk of somebody who is an actual pedophile versus somebody who is a situational offender, then it matters if somebody who is a pedophile tends to molest more people than somebody who's a situational offender who offends against, like, their grandkid or something once.
Okay, let's go to Katie, we got some background noise from me. I don't know, that's like a
sorry.
Yeah. A lime socks, you want to say something?
Yeah, hi everybody. I can't figure out how to work my camera, so it's actually more intimidating talking to y'all without an actual camera on for some reason. But
you're doing good.
Thank you. I do want to say I find the panel very I guess constructive. I've been hearing a lot of nuanced takes, and I believe I heard someone that just left say that they shouldn't have their children taken away just because they're diagnosed as a pedophile. I thought that was pretty based. I bring a perspective to this as a gay man, as someone that works with kids, is good at working with kids, loves working with kids, and is a teacher. And as being that person, I've found I just assume that everybody thinks the worst of me. So I've kind of developed that immunity to it. And I never expected to find this discord on Twitch. So seeing it now, it's very interesting. These are things that I've studied. Oh, I'm also a psychology major. I know psychology majors don't have a very good reputation on this platform, understandably so. But I never expected to find this discourse here. So I want to thank Mr. Girl for bringing that perspective to here. However, I do believe that his rhetoric is a little
outrageous.
Just to clarify, you said you were gay, right?
And I don't know how productive his rhetoric is.
Well, whatever his rhetoric is, what's your point?
My point is, I guess I kind of forgot my point. I went over everything, but yeah, I'm on the same playing field, right? That I'm on the same side that if someone is diagnosed, they shouldn't have their children taken away, because if you adopt that position, you have to assume the responsibility that when you take a child away from their home, you're also creating trauma. Just because you remove a child doesn't mean that the trauma stops. If anything, sometimes it can be amplified.
But I don't understand what does that have to do with you being gay? Are you saying that you being gay is similar to being a pedophile?
He's just talking about his personal experience.
It's just
no.
People assume that a gay man working with children is a pedo. It's like a common stereotype that gay people are pedos.
South Park covered this.
It's not true.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've developed that immunity to it. So I guess I've developed a blind spot for this.
Right, but why would you want to? In that way, though, it feels like you're almost saying, well, that there's that stigma, so it's just the same as being a pedophile, and that we wouldn't necessarily do anything with their kids. So why would you?
It's often believed.
That's an assumption.
What? Yeah. It's often believed to be the same, but it's not the same.
No. I get that. I'm saying that I don't know. It just feels weird.
It can't
make your
like he might be inadvertently.
Saying that something feels weird doesn't do much, though.
Yeah.
Like, are you just saying he might be inadvertently reinforcing the stereotype just by bringing it up? Is that what you're asking?
No. What I'm saying
it just sounded weird when he said it. That's all.
No. I'm not saying he's wrong.
That he explained it. Yeah, no.
Now that so that's exactly what
okay.
you're
Well, then we
saying.
can move on from that point then.
No.
Sneaky. So, you said that the kids should be taken away. Would you make the distinction that Katie has been helpfully doing the entire time between someone who has the attraction and someone who's actually offended?
Was that a question for me?
Yes, I would.
No, Sneaky the big man.
Yes, I would make the distinction. There's a difference between a child molester and a pedophile, yeah.
Okay, so then for a person who just has the attraction, you would say that they should be able to keep their kids and do that. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to minority report anyone now.
Can I just say something for clarification?
We can put on like a watch list, but we shouldn't be able to just like, you have this condition, goodbye to your kids, right? We can keep an eye on them.
Yeah, I'll just say this as quickly as I can. It's very difficult to get my thoughts completely in order. Like my first time on a panel, and I do have to say my position has changed, I guess you could say. I think I'm just I think that as long as somebody hasn't offended, if I'm going to be logically consistent, I have to say that yes, they can keep their kids regardless of a level of attraction. It's just what makes sense. It's much harder. Like when I'm alone, it's easier to think through these positions and be like, no, this is what makes sense. It's a lot harder in a group for whatever reason, but yeah.
Pedophilia is one of these things where people have very strong emotional gut reactions to it. But once you get the logical framework, then you get answers that you really don't like giving, but they seem to be the correct ones, and it's just one of those topics.
Also,
right. It's much easier alone for whatever reason.
Also,
how many times do parents?
There you
go.
How
many times do parents have urges to beat their children or kill their children, but they don't act upon it?
Yeah, I was gonna make a similar clarification. The thing is, people have brains that we don't have access to. People can be abusive, as in we can't read minds.
I mean, give me an axe and I can fix that for you. But go ahead.
Hey. Prime, if you want to come forward and seek help for your homicidal thoughts, I encourage you to do so. Please seek help. I will hook you up with someone later. Anyway.
Well, we live in a society where murder is more honorable than pedophilia. That's probably why.
The problem is that with pedophiles, we have a piece of information, and then we really want to act on that piece of information that we have because it's very alarming to us. But the thing is, many people can hurt many people, many other people for various reasons. And most people who have perpetrated against children are not even pedophiles. So the balancing act is that we want pedophiles to come forward because we want to give them help, but we cannot ostracize them and socially punish them to an extent when, first of all, it would discourage them from seeking help. But we're also in a position where we now have this piece of information and we don't want to completely ignore it. But we also can't use it to completely destroy and take away someone's human rights. So there's a balancing act to be had there. But the thing that people keep bringing up is like, well, being a pedophile, doesn't it make you more likely to perpetrate and stuff like that? And we talked about this before. Being a man makes you more likely to perpetrate. But we don't say, don't let men have children. We don't say that. Mostly because we can't.
But maybe
if the prevalence,
intersectional, right? Maybe being a man and a pedophile makes you especially likely to perpetrate, right? So, so yeah, I mean, for sure.
I've had experiences with older women when I was around 12.
No, as
that has nothing to do with my point.
So by the way,
statistically more likely to perpetrate.
Very nice, humble brag.
Yeah, if the prevalence, we can admit that men are more likely to commit violent crimes and to molest and things like that. But again, maybe this is intersectional. Maybe if you're a man and a pedophile, you're even more likely to offend, right? That seems to matter.
But no. It matters. But the question is, you can point to data that you deem relevant. But the question is, what do you do with it? So you say, well, men are statistically more likely to perpetrate in violent ways, but I don't want to do anything about that. But then with pedophiles, you're saying, wait. But then with pedophiles, you're saying, well, I feel like, or I think that statistically the risk is a lot higher. So here I do want to do stuff preemptively, as in the person has not yet done the bad thing that we don't want them to do. And we don't run society that way.
Well, we talked about this earlier. You guys talked about this earlier on the first topic of like justifiable prejudices. Yeah, actually, people do make decisions about the fact that I'm a man and that I'm more likely to be a danger to you.
And if you watched what I talked about, I said that's not great.
Well, I think it's fine. I think it's fine that people preemptively.
I think they should do that. I mean, I don't think women should go around pretending that they have the same risk of being raped by another woman that they have by a man, because they just don't.
Nobody says that.
No, I know, but you were saying it's not great to treat men as though they're more dangerous, but they are.
What do you mean by treat men more dangerous? If you don't want to take the risk, don't let your pedophile friend babysit your child. I will not tell you to make your pedophile friend babysit your child. That is different from creating laws and policies and creating general social push towards something. It's not the same.
No, I don't think anyone said it was the same, but no, I mean,
what does recognizing something more dangerous is? Then what do you mean by that?
I've kind of lost where you're going with that question.
Okay, so if someone is a pedophile, what does that tell you?
They're attracted to children.
They're attracted to children, and I would infer, although I can't prove this, I would suspect they have a higher likelihood of going on to molest children than someone who is not a pedophile.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm not sure that
I'm not sure either, but I believe it. Yeah. Well, I will agree. I haven't seen the data either. I can't prove that. It is nevertheless a suspicion that I believe is probably true.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you this. Since I haven't seen that data, I am very unwilling to make decisions that would discriminate and take away people's basic rights based on data that doesn't exist just because it feels right to me. The only data that I know is that most people who perpetrate against children are not pedophiles. And and I find it fascinating that society is so concerned by the idea of pedophilia and what should we do about pedophiles. But we're not having a panel on what we should do to minimize actually people how can we identify and prevent children from being hurt? Because that's the point. We're just fixating. We're fixating
No, but
on the
I think
pedophilia part because that's the easy part that is very obvious.
no, but I think a
you
lot
have
of the
to
things
be
that we've
attracted
said
to
have
children
been
to molest
pertinent to that.
So
You know,
every child
because we're
molester is a pedophile because you have to be attracted.
they're
no,
Yeah, that's the problem.
Oh my god.
In order
That's
to
the
molest
problem.
a
That's
child,
simply not true.
So
in
far
order
past
to
that.
molest a
really big
child,
jump
you have
there.
to be attracted to that child.
No, you actually don't. It is possible. It is possible to molest a child that you are not attracted to. It is.
That's most cases.
Do you think that everyone who commits prison rape is sexually attracted to everyone who commits prison rape in a male prison is sexually attracted to men?
Yes, or else they wouldn't be horny.
Okay, no, then I think you're wrong. I don't think that's true.
I mentioned that earlier.
Hang on, Katie is exactly right. We should care about reducing harm to children. That's true. But this is just a law of large numbers problem where, of course, if like on scale, like most people who abuse children are not going to be pedophiles. But if there is this problem that, and so you DM'd me, I found the part in the study you sent me, preferential child molesters, i.e. those with a high fixation and in high contact categories, were found to be more likely to exhibit deviant arousal and to have greater numbers of victims and to cause little physical harm because they're actually sexually interested in them, right? This isn't a rape thing like it is with other forms of child molestation. So if we find that people who are actual pedophiles tend to have lots of victims and are more likely to offend, then yeah, that does seem to constitute some grounds for increased, like we should be risk averse in that situation.
If they're a lot more likely to offend, then that's true. If they're a little more likely to offend, then it's probably not true. But sure, if suppose we found out that pedophiles molest children at 20 times the rate of the average population, then I think we'd have a lot more reason to be concerned. But if it's 1.5 times as much, then we don't, or like not nearly so much.
Well, and again, it's a numbers problem where part of the problem here that we're dealing with is there just aren't that many people who are exclusively attracted to children. So it makes a very small study group and it makes it very hard to study. And as Katie already mentioned, it's hard to study when they're stigmatized out of getting treatment.
My argument is that so pedophiles, people don't like thinking about it like this. They are indeed human beings who deserve certain human rights, human dignity, one might say. There was a person that came on this panel that said that pedophiles, oh, you're still here. That said that, Mafia, yeah. That said that pedophiles don't deserve anything. I don't deserve that.
Listen, to be 100% honest with you, I did think that pedophile meant that you were a child molester, but that brings up another point. Most people don't know the difference between the two.
I agree. We'll talk about that, but quickly to finish my point. So pedophiles are people that have an affliction, a psychiatric disorder. They are still human beings. Most of them, as far as data shows, do not hurt anyone. And to then say, you have a higher risk of doing something. I don't know what that higher risk is because I don't have data. And I'm going to make a lot of decisions and going to limit your quality of life and going to say a lot of things about you and restrict you in a lot of ways because I'm going to assume that data that doesn't exist and that I don't have means that you might hurt children more.
Yeah, right. So I think we can agree that
concentrate on, and that is just silly.
There are barely any studies. I'm having trouble finding any myself.
Yeah. So in the absence of that data, then yes, I think we would probably all agree that in the absence of that data, we should not go around restricting people's legal rights or whatever.
Well,
yeah, I'm not going to say go around and take everybody's kid who you think might be a pedophile. I'm saying it would be perfectly
What if they admitted
reasonable.
to be a pedophile?
I'm saying, okay, even then, I'm saying it would be perfectly reasonable, just like in the scenarios described earlier. I think it's perfectly reasonable for women to be somewhat, averse to the risk of being alone with certain men in shady situations, right? I think it'd be perfectly reasonable for people in that person's family to be more on guard, for even the law to kind of be more on guard and to say like, oh yeah, we don't think you've done anything yet, but we're going to do checks. Just like when things get flagged at the hospital where it's like, hey, we don't know for sure that anything's wrong with your kid, but they have these bruises and we're not, nutrition stuff. We're going to check up on you. Yeah. We're going to come in and check like that.
If you have a friend who's a kleptomaniac, I would understand you being worried about them being around your house. No one ever said that you're not allowed to do that. The problem is we say you're a kleptomaniac. We don't let you into houses. No, you might steal stuff.
I want to ask Lime Socks the babysitter question. Did you hear that earlier?
Did I hear no?
So if you
would you leave your child with your best friend or something like that?
No. I don't know why Katie added that. no offense, Katie, but you added like if I had a friend who was admitted they were a pedophile. No, they're not a friend. They're a person who you're looking for a babysitter, and someone says, "I can babysit your kid. I'm a pedophile. I've never acted on it, and I've never been convicted."
Do you want me to tell you why I added friend?
Okay, I would say no. I would say no to that categorically. In theory, though, is there a chance to be someone that I can trust 100% even though they disclosed this? I would say there's at least one, right? There's hopefully one. The chances of that happening are not likely, so no, I wouldn't trust this person with my child, even if they were whoever it was.
What if it's someone you knew?
No.
Still no. Okay.
With this person has 100%. Well, like they're basically like a substitute father for that time that you leave them there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So no.
So
categories.
Also, so a distinction was made previously, and as he's not here anymore, between children, right? As your Socrates not here anymore, but between children that are your own and then someone else's. So like a person with with a preference, right, for children, that is declared, would you allow them to be a teacher?
Is that a question for me?
For anyone.
If they're only pedophiles?
If only, yeah. Haven't actually done anything as far as we know, right?
Does the government just knows that they have this condition but have never offended before?
Yeah.
I would say no.
Yeah.
I want to say no.
It's tough.
I want to say no. But
I don't think it's tough. I really don't, because someone mentioned earlier, I think it was, I don't remember who it was, but we have all kinds of jobs in the world where they're not equal opportunity. I said earlier, the military is not equal opportunity.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I thought about
so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, because depression would disqualify me from working in so many different places.
Right, exactly. Yep.
Going
Same
to
thing.
what other conditions justify the police coming over to your house every now and then doing checkups on you? What other conditions?
Like any condition that would put your children at risk?
If you
It doesn't have to be the police. I mean, we have social services for this. Like, it's not necessarily the sheriff coming over with guns beating down your door, right? Like,
yeah.
But we do things similar to that if you have a history of spousal abuse, things like that. We have these systems in place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's fair to disqualify someone over medical conditions. I mean, that's perfectly fair to me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Wait, what was the distinction here between somebody's own child and other children?
I don't know the difference. Someone
I would say human
I
rights.
think the difference might be that you're going to have a really hard time coming up with a justification for not letting somebody reproduce if they want to consensually. But you might have a better justification for excluding someone from certain professions on the basis of certain things that make them unable to complete the job well, if you can make that argument. That's going to be a much lower bar than like, no, we're literally going to say you can't reproduce, and if you do, you're not allowed to be around your kids. Like, that's I get what Katie's saying. Like, it's a huge that's a big deal. Like, if we say that that's what you need to do, that's like you need to have a really good justification for it.
I mean, if you're going to tell them they can't be around kids, you would need to do that. Like the rates of people who are doing like child porn and whatnot, it's higher amongst the parents of the kids to be the person doing it, like producing the porn. So like, if you're worried about the kid like experiencing sexual abuse, or the person, I guess, enacting sexual abuse on kids, like they're more likely to do it to their own child. Like that's just what's borne out in the data.
Yeah, I was gonna also say, I'm not sure, but from the skins that I've seemed to see, the fact that you are a parent of a child and you are a pedophile, might make it like pedophiles offend against their own children, but a lot of other child molesters offend against their own children. It's not like you're less likely to offend because they're your kid. Most child molesters target kids that are easy access, i.e. their children or grandchildren, or someone in the vicinity.
But if you're not a pedophile and you're a child molester, that means you're an offender of opportunity, so you'd be much more likely to offend against your own kids, since like it's easy access.
Yeah, and but I mean you made the mix up there, right? You said child molesters when we were talking about people with the attraction. So
no, but like
no,
I'm
not
just
you, not
saying
you.
that we don't distinguish it between that and the data. But I'm saying that like as far as like people with the attraction would probably still be just as likely to molest their own kids, I would assume. And I don't see why they would not.
You're saying people without the attraction would be just as likely to molest as people with it? Is that
People without the people without the attraction would be more likely to molest their own kids, because if you are committing child molestation and you don't have an attraction to children, it's because you're an offender of opportunity. You're not offending due to the fact that it's a child. You're offending because it's easy access, and your kid is going to be easier access than any other kid outside of your house. This is very easy.
I don't think it is, because a person who is pedophilic can also be opportunistic.
Yes, they would be. So they would probably be just as likely to molest their own kids as well. But we see in the data that generally, so when child porn is produced, right, 75% of the time it's produced by the parents.
Okay.
And that's done for money, right? We also see that generally when child molestation happens, it is generally a parent doing it. I don't have the exact numbers on that, but I distinctly remember reading it. And again, if you're not attracted to children, right, then you are doing it because you're what's called an offender of opportunity. That means you do it because it's easy to get away with. So what is easier to get away with than doing it to your own kid, I ask you?
Let's go to...
So then we can infer from that somebody who doesn't have the attraction would be more likely to molest their own kid.
You wouldn't say that about any other behavior, any other human behavior. It's like people who don't want to do this are more likely to do it?
No, people who do want to do it.
No, but what I'm saying is that...
I don't know how I can reword this.
No.
He's talking about between child molester and pedophilia. Again, he's making the distinction.
Yeah, I understand. He's saying that there's...
doesn't show in the data. The data does not say that.
Doesn't say what?
It does not say that pedophiles are
I'm not
more
talking
likely.
about pedophiles. I'm talking non-pedophile child molesters.
Okay, but let's say...
You said something else.
No, that's literally not what
adult male that's attracted to someone above the age of consent. So when they see their own children, they are that person who they would be attracted.
Yeah, you're quiet now. You're Lime Socks.
I was about to say he's super quiet.
Yeah. Get closer to your mic, Lime Socks.
Sorry, I turned it down a little bit. I don't know how I sound, so.
You sound really low. That's how you sound.
I'm going to use this chance to step out. Thanks for having me, guys.
Okay, have a good one. Thank you.
Is that better?
Thank you. Yeah, give it a try.
All right, so I forgot what I was saying. So let's take a regular adult male, that's attracted to someone above the age of consent, and they have children themselves, and these children are, the only difference is that they're children. They're still adult women, adult men, right? And they choose to either act on these urges or attractions or not, right? You can, I guess, consciously you're able to turn off that part of yourself. It reminds me of something that Mr. Girl brought up, is like if someone, or he made me think about, like if someone's shaking their ass in their ass in your face, like it can just be an ass shaking in your face. You don't have to react sexually to it, right? Unless you allow yourself to, kind of like how nudists would view nudity, or like a doctor. Does that make sense? I get your
point, but then what are you arguing with that premise?
It just seemed that Spectre was stripping a lot of agency from the individual, like that because someone is diagnosed.
Oh, but that's not the same, right? Like, okay, so the difference between if you have a child and that child is now fully mature, they are a fully mature adult. We have social and some would argue biological conditionings that make us turn off to our own offsprings. There's actually a really interesting phenomena that happens, that if a parent is not with a child during their formative years and then they reconnect as adults, they are actually more likely than average to find each other attractive and hook up. That's a thing. So there's a lot of meaning to the fact that you raise your children. There are a lot of social stuff that go into it. Surely, not many, but some people would say, yeah, I had moments when I looked down my daughter's shirt and it was uncomfortable. I did not like how I felt. Okay, that can happen. That is not the same as someone who is diagnosed with pedophilia. Like, they're attracted to children, and that's going to be a lot harder to manage, even with your own kids. So it's kind of like, what's the argument? If we could just say, well, you're a pedophile, can't you just turn it off though? Like normal people do?
With you, but is it? I want to agree with you, but I don't have. There's so little data, and that's why I'm asking you for it.
If we could turn off sexual attraction, then pedophilia wouldn't be an issue. We would just demand that they turn it off.
Well, see, pedophilia is a broad spectrum, because how many times has someone seen someone and been like, damn, they're fine, and then someone goes, oh, you know they're 16, right? And you're like, what? That's someone technically being attracted to a child.
You never had that with like a specific like person, like a kitty, like seeing like a boy that you thought this is a pretty like interesting boy, and then this boy was too young and that kind of stuff. Kitty, you never had
Are you
that?
asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna try to like clarify my point.
Yeah.
I think what I'm saying is that when we're saying that there's like the parent dynamic.
Where's the element of choice? You still have a choice to do something or not.
I'm not.
Yeah, but that
asking
applies to
you-
everything. I'm sorry.
Katie,
Yeah,
I'm not.
so, I mean,
Katie,
what's your concern? I'm just trying to figure out what your concern is here. Like,
I'll try to answer what he says, and I'm trying to zoom in on it.
I'm sorry, Katie. Like,
Yeah.
I'm basically what I was asking you
Yeah.
was basically like seeing like seeing like a boy that is like not what you're like basically like underage. You think this guy is pretty hot, and
Is the boy like 16 and I thought they were 20?
maybe like that?
That's
You know?
that probably happened.
Yeah. it
Okay,
can
that's
happen.
not pedophilia.
No.
Yeah, what's the
I would
what's the
agree
point?
with
Where
that.
where have we gone? Where have we come from? Can
Yeah,
anybody
I
know?
thought we were
What
on
are
the
you trying to
difference
assert
between-
with that?
I guess because I brought up the element of age, right? If in a regular, let's just to use that word loosely, normal. I'm using in the, I guess, statistical sense. Adult male was attracted to their adult, the figure at least of their biological child, right? Because they're like a full-grown woman or a full-grown man, and that's what they're attracted to. But they're choosing to turn off that or ignore it or however.
I think, Spectre, I might not have fully understood what you said, but I
was
think
literally just pointing out that people are more likely to be abused by a family member than they are by anybody else. Like we have 30%
Sure,
of all
that is-
child. Yes,
that is
So,
100%
like,
correct.
now that being said, I am now looking at data that seems to indicate that pedophilic offenders, people who are actually attracted to children, are not the ones that are likely to molest a family member. It's actually offenders
Yeah.
of opportunity who offend during like times of stress and start
Yeah.
pretty much later in life.
Exactly.
Okay, that's what I thought you were getting at, and then something got
Okay,
mistranslated.
then I agree with you, because that's
being
what the
said,
data shows.
And I'm
pedophiles
looking at
are such a
even the
small,
DSM-5.
such a small portion of the population that they make up very, very little of the overall like rates of child molestation that we see. So even if we did figure out like the perfect way to deal with pedophiles, like it would just barely even put a dent. You might not even notice it, like data-wise,
Yes,
in
thank
the
you.
rates of child molestation.
Even
Yeah,
the
I think Katie
DSM-5
brought
makes a distinction, by the way, between the thoughts and the actions, or it causing you distress. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I think Katie brought up a good point earlier that I think that these discussions are really important, but we should also be talking about the things that we can do outside of just pedophiles. We can do against these opportunistic offenders.
That's a lot harder, so it's easier to talk about how pedophiles are very scary.
And then 40% of children who are abused are also abused by older children.
Yes, yeah, I read that too. So a very big part of like the offenders are not actually adults; they're just older minors. So a lot of 14-year-olds sexually harming 11-year-olds and stuff like that, and that's a big portion of the molestation.
Yeah,
So how would you go about
it doesn't
that?
seem like the people who
Continue
do
to-
that tend to offend later on. They're much
No, they
easier to
actually
rehabilitate.
tend to not offend later on. Believe
Yeah,
it or not,
they're much
very
easier to
unlikely.
rehabilitate. Yeah.
Yeah, how would you go about that? Because honestly, like if you look at me, you probably think that I'm like 20 something, but I'm actually almost to hit my 31 age. But that being said, like how would you engage with those like minors that are around the age of 18 and educate them on like their sexual prowesses and that kind of stuff? Like honestly, like
You
I
don't
think
do it
that's
at
a
18. You start with education a lot younger.
A lot younger.
Yeah, a lot younger. But I've
lot younger.
I've been educated at my age of like 14, you know, and
Yeah, you need to
still,
start like
I think I think
like 2 years
maybe
before that. I would say it makes a big
2
difference. 'cause
years
those are
2 years
formative
before that, so at 12. So
What do we
fair
even mean
enough.
by education?
Well,
here?
also,
Yeah,
I'm not
exactly.
sure
It
we
depends
mean the
what you're
same
talking
thing.
about.
Yeah,
I think,
I'm not sure what you mean by education.
Yeah, it depends on what you're talking about.
Do you mean sex ed? Because I don't mean that.
Well,
no,
I
mean
think
harder than
so.
that.
I definitely think so. Sex at 12, I think that's fair enough.
No, I would think that if we want to address like the specific issue of like minors offending against younger minors, it needs to be something that is specific. We need to integrate ideas socially that like children understand more what they're doing. They understand they can't just touch each other. You know, we see children at a playground and one of them pulls the other one's pants down. That's not acceptable behavior. We think that's funny, but that's how that starts. And we can't eliminate all cases. It's just not the case. But there is stuff that we can do.
I think generally,
It's true.
I think generally we talk about those things like basically like addressing these issues like on specific things, right? Like basically like pulling pants down and that kind of shit. These are like specific like teacher issues, and we can all agree that these things are like not cool. You know?
Okay.
I generally think that everybody here thinks that these things are not cool, like the pulling pants down. So, what can we do besides that? Right?
No, but when you
And,
think it's not cool, what needs to happen is that when that happens on the playground, kindergartners would have to intervene and explain to the child why that's not cool. That's what education means. It's not just adults agreeing on, yeah, that's shitty. You need to talk to the children who might be perpetrating.
Don't you think that these things are not already happening?
They're not. Not to the
They're not
extent that
happening.
I think is necessary.
Yeah, they're not.
Okay, I don't know. I'm not the teacher. I'm
Look,
not
I'm going to
educated
be
on the
honest with
subject.
you. We started this panel when people, and this is no shade mafia, but like most people don't understand the difference between a pedophile and a child molester.
True.
I don't think we're at a point where society has enough awareness about sexual assault, about child molestation, about pedophilia, about anything to give anywhere near adequate education to actually help prevent child molestation. I'm sorry, we're just not there. We're not close to it.
Yeah, and
But
especially
we
when,
like talking about pedophiles, I guess. Hang them
well,
all.
especially when a lot of the powers that be are pedophiles. So a lot of people in power are pedophiles. So they would probably want to get in the way of the research into pedophilia. So just
there's
saying.
so little elite pedophile sex cult. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
I'm joking. I'm
Guys
not see the
That's a
Weinstein
good meme,
document,
dude.
like,
Oh my
you know what I
god.
mean? So,
Let's go there. Epstein Island.
right, you
was
think they
so
were all
good.
18 up? You know what I mean? So it's like
Ghislaine Maxwell got.
No, but this is some crazy shit. This is some crazy shit, but I think Omar is like definitely on something. Like these, like crazy people. These crazy people are like basically like they are crazy rich, and they are like, I want to go for something young, something blah 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 blah, and they are just going crazy out of their mind, and they're going to do all that sick fucking shit, you know?
Sure.
Because
they're
they can
child
do that.
molesters.
They
They're not
can do
necessarily
that.
pedophiles.
They can do that shit, and they can get away with it, and that's why they do that shit.
Yeah,
Because
capitalism sucks.
Yeah, true.
Based.
But that being said, I'm a true capitalist. But,
Yep.
but that being said, like people are just fucking crazies. You know,
Everything.
in every
Just
within
talk.
every
Do it.
in every society, people can have like their own crazies. So there you go.
Spawn, now do it. Do it.
Oh, what's up, Mom?
Talk.
Cool. All right. So, I mostly agree with Katie so far in this panel. We need to respect the human rights of pedophiles because even given the worst expectations of a person, every person has the same basic rights regardless. I don't think just calling people crazy and writing them off is really a good path forward. I want to bring up and kind of bring it back to the main topic. So, too young looking for porn. On the first open panel I was on, the idea of these young looking porn actors was raised. And it was further discussed offline following the end of the panel. And I raised the question, okay, so I've never heard anyone ask this, anyone else. Maybe this was covered earlier, I missed the earlier debate, but what if someone with a medical condition where their pineal gland or something is damaged and they look younger?
Yeah, that's what we talked about.
Yeah, so if someone is like that and they exist and it's accidental, okay, that complicates it. Well, if it happened accidentally, could it be done intentionally? What happens if you actually start to see people do this to get a competitive edge somehow or something, whatever they think they're
I'm pretty
doing?
sure you're not allowed to either mutilate yourself or others. I'm pretty sure it's illegal.
Aspiring child.
Oh, no.
First of all, you can mutilate
say-
yourself.
hold on.
You can absolutely mutilate
No,
yourself.
you can't, but you will
We
be
can have
institutionalized.
circumcision.
And
You can
that
have
was
circumcision,
and what
right?
you're and Squirm, what you're asking was part of the question that we had in the closed panel. But I'm not sure if it was properly addressed, so we can try to do it here.
What kind of
great. No, that's
person?
wonderful.
What kind of person is an aspiring child porn actor to the point where
Yeah,
they're
this person
mutilate
will
their
be
own brain?
decision.
Also,
Like that person,
are we
that
gonna
person
let
needs therapy.
children decide that?
Think about it. No. Okay, all right. So,
person
in
needs
the
therapy.
case of the woman who inspired this topic, this was done by not on purpose. So she had brain cancer, and to deal with that brain cancer, she had surgery, and that surgery damaged her pituitary gland, which is why it happened. So the question I put forward is, if you could replicate this thing on purpose, right? Could someone have it basically as a cosmetic surgery? And in that case, right? Like, let's say it was done some other way, right? Whatever it is, right? You go into a surgical operating room as like an adult-looking person. You come out as a child-looking person. However that happens, doesn't matter. So they walk out. Surely there's going to be some people who do this, right? Think about on the exact opposite end of the spectrum, right? When it comes to hyperfeminization, right? Where people do the whole bimbo thing, and like they get the gigantic boobs, right? And the enhanced ass and the lips and all that, right? Like some people will call that like straight up mutilization. But you could do that,
Yeah.
and you can do that one for non-sexual reasons, but two also for sexual reasons, right? So like you can imagine on the other side of it, a person wanting to be a child, and then or to be childlike, and then a portion of those people will go into the adult industry because you will get big bucks. So should you allow that?
Awesome.
Oh, yes, you
What's
should.
the issue?
The
problem is that
for the same
like-
reason as we don't want
Why
CGI
not?
child porn, right? It's the
No,
same
but
fucking answer.
there's a huge problem with prohibiting it, which is that you have to have some standard by which you judge how old the person looks. So are we going to like get together a panel of people who like judge who's allowed to go into porn and who's not? They're like, oh, we think you look 14, so therefore you can't, or so, like
You can have regulatory boards, yeah.
and they're just going to have to approve every single porn star, but by their subjective judgment of how old that person looks.
You have to get
Literally,
a porn
yes.
license.
Like this idea that you can't have like boards that do things.
No, you
subjectively,
can.
like,
It's
yeah,
just
you
like.
absolutely can.
I mean,
a
if
porn
you
license
there,
just porn, like a
but there are
driver's license,
many.
right? You get a board of people who signify that you can do that job, and they like based
You
on
can
their
have a license, but the problem is, like, if you're doing it by that method, then you're excluding quite a lot of women who happen to look underage, who haven't done it on purpose.
If someone is 18, they can participate in porn legally. That's
according to the laws we have now, yes, but like
that's just a fact.
And as a result of that, we do have porn that is like specifically made to look like girls are 16.
Exactly.
17.
Right.
Exactly.
And that is probably not
What do you
something that
think
we
the
should
reason
have.
for that is? Why do you think men find like those kind of aesthetics appealing?
Because it's promoted.
Many reasons. It all depends on the
biology
person.
and environment.
But the same reason that we actually disallow the practice of hepaphilia is the reason that there are a concerning amount of men who are, feel that way and are attracted to like 16-year-olds. It's because of the fact that they like the power dynamic. It's because of the fact that they enjoy the idea that this person is young, innocent, and exploitable.
So a lot of that is quite true, like in the contemporary times and the culture and like structure of society, that is definitely true. But the evolutionary development is that there is some like unconscious processes regarding like our mate selection, right? So men, as we are mammals, will look at these like younger women and see like the waist to hip ratio, like things unconsciously, and they'll see that somebody is potentially like fertile and that there's like reasons for them being selected. So it's not always like a conscious process, right? Like we have like reflexes and
that
instincts.
sounds like a big assumption that we evolved to be attracted that way, and not that it was just kind of like culturally instilled into us over generations, like the age of
But there's
consent.
sure,
But
there's a difference
also
between
say that we evolved. Like what is it? That appendix, right? That bursts and everything. Like, it's not ideal necessarily, but stuff can evolve.
Prime, can I quickly answer your question, and then I want to dip. So is that okay?
No.
With the panel.
No.
The issue with porn that displays the issue why being attracted to children is problematic is because children can't consent. I said this a bunch of hours ago. When a person can't consent, I don't care how they look like. The problem is that when people that can consent normalize, and by normalize I mean what Sneaky said, basically when porn happens, it will create like over sexualization of
So now
children.
you're starting to qualify it though, because you do care how old someone looks like. I personally don't give a shit.
What?
Generating
I do
artificial-
care? What?
You're saying that you don't have a problem, but then you qualify it though. You qualify by saying it promotes, and I'm not willing to adopt that. Just having this is going
Can I
to promote
finish
a
my
bunch of
point?
people jumping on it though.
Awesome.
My apologies. Go
I'll
ahead.
finish it. My point is that the problem with having adult people that can consent participating in porn where they look childlike is that will eventually make it so that in reality, children will become more overly sexualized as well. That is how porn works. And then society needs to decide if they're okay with it or not. Most people don't object to porn, so I think it's hypocritical of them to then go, oh, this thing is different. So I think if you can consent, you can do whatever you want with your body, with porn. If we want to start banning different types of porn, or porn in general, or media that is sexual or violent, because there's also research for that, then we can start doing that. But I don't think anyone argues for that. So it's hypocritical to draw the line here. When children will be overly sexualized because adults that can consent will participate in porn and will look like children, you should still not molest children.
Right.
So I'm not sure. So I don't think like consent does it. Right? Like you're hanging your hat strictly on consent. But like something that's damaging, you know, like kids can consent, right? People below the age majority can consent to other things that might be damaging to them, right? Outside of the realm of sex. And like we'll let them do that, right? Like we'll let them
But they can't consent to that, right?
Can you give me an example?
Like for instance, joining the military, right? Like you can join the military below the age.
That's not a US thing, actually.
Yeah.
But you could.
Wait,
Can't
what
do
age
that
can you join
elsewhere.
the military in the U.S.? I didn't know you could join the military before 18.
You can sign the contract at 17.
You sign it,
You
yeah.
can sign the contract.
Yeah, yeah, but hold on. But you're signing the contract for something
Do you think
that's going
good?
to. But my point is like you're signing for like he's saying you can sign the contract for something that's going to affect you later on. So it doesn't matter if it's not going to happen right that moment. You're still making a decision.
Should be illegal too.
And yeah. So the point is that like. But we allow them to do that, right? Society allows them to do that. So consent isn't like the reason, right?
We
Wait.
shouldn't allow them to do that.
So
No, it is the reason.
I'll bite two bullets here. You shouldn't be able to sign a contract at 17, and also I'll say that, yeah, we probably should get rid of some kind of violent porn because there are studies that indicate that it shows a higher likelihood of you actually engaging in violent acts in your real life if you consume a bunch of violent porn. So,
Prime, to
I'm
quickly
gonna expand on
respond.
Prime's argument.
If you're the reason why I'm hanging my head on consent is because that is what most people seem to agree. If we want to now redefine what children, we're talking about prepubescent children, can agree to, then we can do that. I actually have opinions about that too. I don't think we'll disagree on it though. It's not very contentious.
Okay. So I want to make sure I understand what you're saying, and maybe I don't. Are you saying that it's different because the example I gave was of an older individual?
It's
and you're
not
talking
just
specifically
older.
Okay.
It's not just older. It's also the specific type of thing.
Hold on. The specific type of thing. So you're saying that this like. So look, you can consent to putting your life in danger, like as a child. You can consent to do that.
Define child.
Define. Oh, I mean, if you define child, if you want to go down that route, well then yeah, sure. I'd
give
say
me an
a child
age.
is sure. A child is 14, right? A child is 14, and so that
Can you do that when you are? Can you join the military at 14?
My point is that, like, if we're just defining, I'm obviously using the age of majority. Like, the moment you're saying define child, the age of majority is what I'm using, right? If you say define child, well, then I can define child for porn too.
No,
I can
we're
decide,
talking
14
about
is
child porn.
the age.
We're talking about
That's
porn
such
that is
a-
harmful
Yeah.
because it is using children as in prepubescent human beings, which most of us would agree cannot consent to that.
Okay, hold on.
How is that contentious?
Then where's your line? Hold on. You're just saying prepubescent. So where's the line here? Is the line when they become pubescent? Is that because you keep saying pubescent? So let's start with this. 18 and below, right? 17-year-old, can they consent to porn?
Can they consent to making porn?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have an answer to that.
Okay, so well, there we go.
Wait. How is that equivalent to people getting surgery to make them prepubescent looking? That is not the same.
I didn't say it was the same. I'm just trying to draw another. I'm trying to draw out your axioms, I guess. So that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah.
I mean, I think if people are going to talk about child porn and then talk about like 15-year-olds that are that are developed, I'm sorry, that's not child porn.
Does everyone agree with her? Does everyone agree with her? Hold on, this is very important. Does everyone agree?
I don't.
No, I fully disagree because I just wanna ask.
I would agree with it.
Ask, like, if you have like a 26-year-old, like basically looking like a 15-year-old, how would you think about that? Like basically,
It doesn't matter how they look. It matters what their brain is.
Are you talking for the purposes of pornography?
I'm talking
Because for
about the
purposes
purpose of
pornography. I'd put that in the
pornography.
same. So for the purpose of pornography, I'd put that in the same category that I just did violent porn. I think that people consuming that is going to lead to them taking actions in their real life.
That's not true.
that I do not
By and
agree with.
large, there's a meta-analysis that studied studies on sexual aggression back to the 1970s, and they found that there is extremely weak, if not biased, correlation that there would be any kind of actual result of sexual aggression from consuming violent pornography.
That's nonsense.
That
That's
is
just
the
not
you
true.
could say
opposite
that
of
it's-
every study that I've ever looked at on.
That's nice.
Yeah.
It's in DC
Well,
chat.
well,
If
it's
you
a
want to look at it yourself.
study.
Okay.
It's a
Study that.
meta-analysis. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Let's
in
see.
Can
DC
I
chat.
quickly clarify?
Is it a,
Okay.
is
When
it
I say it's not
peer-reviewed, like not
child
cherry
porn?
picking study, or what are we looking at? Oh, let's look at.
What do you mean? What if you want to look at whether or not it's like peer reviewed or
Like-
whatever? It's all right there in
Like
DC chat.
Vincent or
It's from University of Texas, San Antonio.
So Katie, yeah, you can.
When I say it's not child porn, I mean definitionally. Maybe legally it is. I don't know what the law in the States is. I just think that we are grouping hebephilia and pedophilia and prepubescent and pubescent people. I get that it's done legally. It's not even like that legally because there are distinctions there. With people who are, I don't want to set a line, but if we're going 17, 16, that's a lot more complicated. That's not the same as the case that you brought up in panel, or people who are getting surgery to look prepubescent.
Okay.
It's
all
not
right,
the
all right,
same.
Then what about surgery for a 14-year-old to become a 14-year-old looking woman?
How does a 14-year-old look? Can you give me one measurement?
I mean, generally speaking,
Is
so there's the
generally-
idea of
how's the
dancing.
younger?
Don't give me
Yeah.
that. Don't give me that. Right? Like we
There's-
understand perfectly well.
Sorry, I'll give you an answer. You can do whatever surgery that you want as long as you're an adult that can consent, and you can do whatever porn you want with it. I don't care.
Okay.
This study doesn't say.
There is something that is they can
Wait,
define what we consider to be like youthful traits, right? Like there's this thing called neotenuous, where it's like having the large eyes, big lips, small nose, because these are typically like unconscious indicators that somebody is like high in estrogen. So you can look in like that. There is actual stuff like in biology about this and how we select mates. So you do need to be kind of clear on what you mean. Also, what is like the capacity for consent, right? Because 18 is kind of like a cultural norm. Like I think in Europe and
Like
in a lot of other
Western?
places, they
Yeah.
consider the capacity for consent to be around age 16. So
No, that's the legal age of consent. That's not
hold
the
on.
same as capacity to consent.
Hold
Not
on,
the
this
same
study-
thing.
okay, what is
This
your
study-
like?
well,
What
but
is
buddy-
because if we're
Within
talking about
Europe.
capacity for consent, what is your like actual basis in terms of like neuroscience? Like what is the actual basis for it? Is it just like a moral appeal? Like you say that like there's no substantive foundation for it, or
I think we drew arbitrary lines as society and law, and a lot of people fall through the cracks. And then the way we make the decision is basically some people are going to be really mature at 17 and they'll have to wait one more year because we can't have or invest the resources in assessing people individually like that.
Real quick, Kate, I have a quick question. This is from personal experience. When I was about 12 years old, I had a female trumpet teacher, not going to say her name. Anyway, she allowed me to feel her up. I fully consented to that. Do you feel
no.
that? In what way? Do you feel that?
That's
I didn't?
pedophilia. That's definitely pedophilia. Well,
You don't know
maybe
that
not
it's
pedophilia,
pedophilia.
but maybe
It's
not
child
pedophilia, but
molestation.
it's Child molestation, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
The child molesting the adult.
Yeah,
But I like.
Hold on, I just have to address this because the study that you posted about violent porn does not say what you said it does. It says that non-violent porn showed no relationship in sexual aggression and that they were inconclusive, and the answer is basically maybe for violent porn because they can't find enough data to show if it's correlational or not.
Yeah, that's also
Thank
what
you
I
for
read.
saying that.
So you do not have a study that shows that violent porn does not increase the sexual aggression. And we look
Because
at
they don't
individual
exist.
studies and not yeah, but we do look at individual studies instead of meta-analyses. We usually see that they're showing that there is a correlation between the aggression.
yeah.
think
So I
that
guess
was
what you
the
missed is that in the discussion area of it, they found that the conclusion to draw that there's some kind of correlation or causality is so inconsistent that you cannot draw that statement, which is the main contention of the
It's
study.
literally saying that it can't draw it in the affirmative or the negative.
Yeah,
it can draw it in the negative
there's three
non-violent form.
possibilities, right? Three
Sure,
possibilities.
that's
like,
fine, but
no
you have
So
to
the
then
answer is still
concede- you have to then concede-
inconclusive according to
Doesn't
this.
matter. You still have to concede that it is inconclusive enough that you cannot claim what you're claiming.
Inconclusive according to this meta-analysis. There are studies that have said that it is conclusive, and this study is clearly saying that it's very conclusive, that there is no correlation between nonviolent porn and sexual aggression. So maybe we just keep the nonviolent porn and get rid of the violent porn. Yeah.
Also, you argued that the correlation is weak to non-existent, not that he can't argue that there's a strong correlation. That's a backtrack.
That's
It's
true.
not what you said.
She's got you.
So the main thing at play here is that you cannot use these like that particular like concept to try to say that like there's a specific result that like if somebody watches, because I think what your verbatim was that if somebody watches violent pornography, there's a significant probability
more likely that they are going to they are more likely going to engage in what we would consider.
It's not result.
Right.
It
So
raises the probability.
do you have a specific so it raises the probability. There's a weak argument there in that there are a lot of things that can raise the probability. If I go outside, that raises the probability of any number of different things happening to me. It doesn't mean that I should stop going outside.
Yes, we're arguing that there's a correlation there, and we think that that correlation makes sense to us. So we think eliminating violent porn can be beneficial. We might be wrong. Correlation doesn't equal causation. Awesome.
That's right. Yeah. So the crazy thing here is that you also need to clarify whether there's a positive or like negative correlation, because if you're trying to say that there's a positive correlation, that means that there is onus on you to actually prove and substantiate this to like beyond a shadow of a doubt. Because otherwise, the probability
there are many
is
research
that,
that do substantiate a positive correlation. Your meta-analysis doesn't.
Cardi B
There are
sexualizes more children than pornography ever has.
There's lots of studies out
You
there.
want to talk mafia? I prefer our conversation.
Listen, so I mean,
That's nice.
in all
I don't
honesty,
really particularly prefer those conversations.
in all honesty, music and media pushes sex to children far more successfully than pornography. So if you want to get rid of violent pornography, maybe we should get rid of Cardi B and the Wet Ass Pussy song.
Well, we're talking about.
I think we should also get rid of a lot of the media that we
We're
have.
not talking about sexuality here, and like I said, this clearly. Hold on. This study already said that non-violent porn does not increase the levels of sexual aggression that people practice in real life from consuming it. Right. The issue that we're talking about is violent porn. So yeah. Maybe if there's a song about raping people, we probably shouldn't play that on the radio.
For sure.
I have a question.
There are lines of that.
Head-ass pussy, I don't give a
really
shit.
bad practice is to just ban something in its entirety rather than understand the nuance of what's going on here. When you look at violent porn, we're not just going to ban all BDSM, right? We're not going to say like nobody can practice BDSM in the privacy of their own home. We're not going to say that you cannot look at somebody else practicing BDSM and that like all like live events should never ever take place. The fact is that when you're looking at these like alleged studies, either like the bias is inherent in the study itself, as mentioned in that meta-analysis, or there's a weak methodology that makes you not really be able to rely it as like some kind of like silver bullet or way to like sink the ship. Like it's not some torpedo that's gonna win you like this internet debate, right? You have to.
And I.
I can show you the research, but you're going to.
Let's go to Squirm.
Yeah.
And then.
Yeah. So. I think we can discuss the nitty-gritty of the stats comparisons a bit later. So while Katie's still here, while I mostly agree with Katie's broader views, I like Prime's pressing earlier. I want to pose two questions to Katie, if you're comfortable.
Sure.
One, what age do you consider pubescence to be drawn at? So I'll volunteer. Personally, I go with like the basic natural textbook thing of saying, okay, it's like 10 years old is average pubescence, and I'll say personally it seems like it's 8 and under that lower limit is. That's like the natural marker. It's not whether it's legal or whatever, that's a different thing. So where do you when you say child, right, you seem to include 12-year-olds in the mix of child. If you could clarify where you draw that line. I have a follow-up question. Wherever you draw that line, if it includes 12-year-olds, can a prepubescent child consent to a vaccine?
Okay. So I'm going to answer your questions, but quickly to just address what happened before. For me personally, I don't really care about positive or negative correlation because I think society is not ready to ban things that science generally seems to suggest are harmful to society. It seems that our westernized, at least, version of society has decided that we prefer artistic freedom and whatever falls under that over if that has material harm to society.
No, the problem with that is that when we want to talk about something
Katie,
that is not what I want. If Katie was ruler of the universe, things would be different. She isn't, so I'm working from the framework of what is actually happening in reality. And that would then be my lead in to answering your questions. When I talk about this topic, I don't have clear answers for you because I don't think society is willing to actually address the proper nuance that there is into like maturity. So when I use terms like child and prepubescent, there's like a legal argument there. So when you're asking me what age can a child, did you ask what age can a child consent?
Consent to a vaccine.
Oh, to a vaccine.
Let's say their parents forbid it, but they're 12 and they're like, well, I don't want to get COVID.
Well, are you asking me morally or legally?
Maybe you can like give both answers I mean.
Okay. Morally, I would have to. So if I had things my way, starting a certain age, which you'll press me to give, and maybe I will. We'll see how it goes. I would like certain evaluations. So I believe that if we had a society that was willing to invest the resources and stuff, which I don't think is feasible, then when a 16-year-old would want to have a relationship with a 20-year-old, we would have them go to a psychiatrist, go to a psychologist, talk to professionals, and they will assess whether the power dynamic in that relationship is reasonable or not, whether the 16-year-old is capable of making that decision, how does her parents feel about it, all the different factors, and they would give a yes or a no to that. And that would be how things would be managed. That would be the correct, most ethical way. Unfortunately, it's completely not feasible, not in terms of time, resources, anything. So what we do, we do very broad strokes on things, right?
Did Native Americans check IDs, and were they wrong for not doing so?
I don't know what that question is.
I think I know where it's going. But are you in favor of child marriage? Because that's what we do for child marriage. You said like it matters if like the parents are okay with this. Well, that you got to get parental consent for child marriage. It needs to be evaluated. It needs to be evaluated. A judge evaluates the situation for child marriage, right? We have a study.
What do you mean by child?
By below 18, by child marriage, whatever
I don't call that child, all right?
What? Then,
first of all, 14-year child.
Hold on.
We can
I
find
want to
out
press
the youngest age for child marriage in this country, right?
Please do.
I can do that for you. But still,
it's 18.
Are you? Hold on, yeah. But it's not 18.
Minor.
No,
in the U.S., it is. I just looked it up like 10 minutes ago.
Holy shit! Child marriage is still a thing here in the U.S. Are you kidding me? Yeah, that's.
I mean, maybe the Wikipedia is wrong.
Yeah, Katie is wrong. Yes, I know Katie is wrong. I got you. But yeah, it's you can to this day you can get exemptions and have child marriage. I can look up the youngest age, but the point is
saying
that,
maybe.
But the point is that do you think that child marriage could ever be a positive thing? Then you're like, oh well, it depends on what the child is, right? Do you think that's ever a good thing?
Like if someone
how old is the child?
No,
how
seriously?
old is the child?
No. Why should that matter? Why should that matter with child fucking marriage?
If the child is 17, then I might say yes.
Because
are you serious?
No, because child marriage, how it actually functionally works, is that you'll get a younger person, right? Maybe 16, maybe 17, oftentimes younger than that. But in any case, they will be married off by their parents to someone much older, right? Okay. Not like that's how it tends to correlate with abusive relationships, right? But so, it's evaluated, right? It's evaluated.
It's evaluated wrong.
But the point,
what?
Judges, social workers, and lawyers that sometimes are not as well equipped as we would like to believe to evaluate these sorts of situations.
Yeah,
and the nuances, right?
To say that
this question is so weird. So you're telling me, first of all, when I said, does the parents agree? That's one factor, right? Yep. If you're telling me that there's a coercive, abusive factor to this marriage, and it hasn't been picked up and refused, then that's a problem. The reason why I don't know how to read your name.
Scrum.
The guy who asked me the nice questions. What he means legally is because unfortunately, law allows us to do things that I don't necessarily agree with. So I don't think it matters whether a child can consent to a vaccine or not, because it doesn't matter. It's the parent's decision. When society decides they don't want it to be the case anymore, then I will have to reevaluate that. There are just certain things I don't put thought into because it doesn't seem like we're progressing towards that. So it just seems pointless to deliberate. It's just like philosophical, theoretical nonsense.
So just for in terms of the data that's been gathered, we have instances of 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, and 14-year-olds getting married, but the vast majority of them, in terms of child marriage in the States, is 15, 16, and 17. Just to put that out there. But you can, be married at those younger ages. I think it also depends on the state. It does, because there's certain.
It's only red states that have these laws, and the rest of them we've managed to get them off the books in.
Yeah.
But we're
No,
trying to
no,
get them
this
off
is not
in those
true.
states too. But the Republicans just keep on fucking standing in the way.
It's nothing to do with red
Feel a
states.
12-year-old?
No, it literally does. I will.
I'm looking at the laws right now. I have them right in front of me.
So this is what we do the broad strokes things, right? It's just easier to set the at 18, because then the person is also released from their parents' custody, and it's easier to manage.
Okay, so you reverse your position. Okay, all right, that's fine.
Do you feel a 12-year-old could be more mature than a 40-year-old?
Than a 40-year-old?
40-year-old, yes.
Possibly, it doesn't matter.
Oh, come on.
I mean, there could be
I
one
guess
fringe
we're talking about
situation. There
extremes,
are very
but
immature
that's not what
40-year-olds. What do you want me to
that's not
say?
what we're-
It doesn't matter. I think it's a
No.
ridiculous hypothetical that is worthless to discuss.
My answer to this is no.
I don't know. That's interesting to say, though, because if they're more mature than a 40-year-old, then that means that they're more inclined to be able to agree to a sexual situation.
It doesn't matter, because the issue is that most 12-year-olds are not. The vast majority. We don't even know if your hypothetical could even be true, So what you're saying is, we're basically you're saying what I'm saying. Let's just personally evaluate everyone, except that we don't do that, and society doesn't function like that. We understand in human development, 12-year-olds should not be and are most likely not mature as people who are 14, 16, 18, 20. That's usually how that works. Obviously, there are variables, right? But there might. No, I'm actually not willing to say that about 12-year-olds. There might be 15-year-olds.
To a 40-year-old, to a 50-year-old. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Yes or no? Are you okay with that? Parents marrying off their.
What was your question?
Are you okay with child marriage and parents marrying off their children who are, let's say, a 15-year-old to a 50-year-old?
I'm not fine with parents marrying their children off.
Okay, how about any
that
children
shouldn't be allowed.
under the age of 18?
No.
Someone under the age of 18? Marriage okay? Yes or no?
You said you were before. I mean, you did say you
Wait.
were.
What do you mean by marrying off? When I say yes, I mean does the involved teenager want to marry this person? You would have to evaluate the question.
Just because they want to doesn't mean anything either, right? Like they can.
Yeah, just because they want to doesn't mean. I agree. Like they shouldn't be getting married before the age of 18, and only 4 U.S. states actually have laws against that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, of the rest of the states, I'll give it to you that it remains legal, but the only ones that don't have a age limit on it, the 20 of those are mostly red states, right?
But now you're just mixing the legal and the moral. You're just making two arguments right now.
Otherwise, so I don't know, reserved about everything else. But when it comes to marriage, oh yeah, go ahead. Why can't you just draw the line at 18? I don't get what the big deal is. I'm even surprised that you have this.
I might suspect that
it's pretty simple.
The thing about marriage is that it's a contract. It's a legally binding contract that will affect you for the rest of your life. I don't think you should be able to sign up to go into the military at 17. I don't think you should be able to marry people at 17.
Go ahead.
But she was also answering a fundamentally different question than one of a kid being married off. She was answering a question of two, similarly aged people you know, like a 16-year-old and maybe a 20-year-old. Like, let's push it that far. Wanting
sorry,
to get married and
maybe-
getting the
Why are
consent.
they getting married?
You know,
That
those
would
are
be my
different
question.
questions.
That begs the question: why are they getting married? Is it love? Is it they're getting a benefit out of
Okay,
it?
I'm
or
sorry.
something?
When I said
don't
that
know
should
what
be
you-
evaluated, that is in the
Okay,
evaluation
you might need
process.
to bring down the temperature. I think you're like too attached to this position here, so you're like lashing out.
That's her
nobody.
position.
Nobody.
I'm sorry. I don't think you understand my position. So, excuse me if I'm a bit frustrated.
You have a soft spot for 16 and uppers, though.
Yeah, no. So her position is very simple. She just thinks that if people are 16 and up, they should be allowed to decide to get married. Yeah. So I disagree
No.
with that. I think, or sorry, what was-
PrimeCayes, Mellowsloth's trying to come back and he said he misclicked.
Then can you clarify your position then, so we can without letting them?
Okay, so I'm not gonna go into like 15, 16, 17. I'm going to say 16 for the heck of it, just because it's gonna make it easier. I don't actually have an age for you, but it's gonna be in that area, right? So let's just go with 16. If a 16-year-old wants to get married to someone, it's fine that they want that. I would want there to be a committee that evaluate their mental state, their ability to make such a decision, their maturity, how their environment feels about it, other factors that might be contributing to that decision. And that committee that is hosted by professionals, that it's their job to make those decisions, can approve or decline that person getting married. I don't think that's viable though, so I think we can just wait until they're 18.
Yeah, I think that's probably best. That sounds expensive and complicated and unnecessary. And
Which
also,
I
like,
said from the beginning.
The only benefit that we're holding them back from is like tax benefits, basically, with the marriage stuff, right? And you don't need that until you're.
I said it's
older than
completely convoluted, and it's just because the like, you know, being 18 is an arbitrary line. So morally, I understand that there can be very mature 17-year-olds. Okay.
Yeah, but
and I
we
think
drew
that
the
if the
line
world
there,
was
so we
better,
should,
we could accommodate their needs, but we don't have the money or the time for that. So they're just going to have to wait until they're 18.
Wait,
I honestly think 18 might be too young.
I still want to fight you on this, because I still think you're wrong. But first, Spoon's been trying to get in for a while, so I want to make sure you go in.
I think like you're putting too much like value on consent here, and like the parents are like the evaluators, whoever it be, the parents, judges, whatever, consenting for the child, right? Like consent is often a very good measure of like ethics, but it's not the be all and end all of ethics. And I think some things are just unethical regardless of consent, right? So for example, if you have like a very sick, say like 5-year-old, 4-year-old, right? They're gonna die, but they're 5 or 4, so they don't understand the concept of death or what dying is. Like a bit like they only just learn to speak, right? And like should the parents and the judges be like, yeah, we're gonna euthanize this kid. We think it's the best thing to do to euthanize this kid, even though the kid like by all means wants to keep on living because it doesn't even understand the concept of death or euthanasia, right? Their only like drive is to keep on living. Like you shouldn't just like let them kill the kid in that instance, right? Like even though everybody.
Do you think that's what I'm saying?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Right, because like that doesn't make any sense, right?
No, it doesn't.
Like, everybody's consenting in that. Everybody's evaluated. Blah blah blah. Like,
Do you think
that's
Do
unethical?
you think keeping that child alive is a form of torture?
No, I don't think so,
Ooh.
because the kid wants to be alive, right? That's a separate conversation anyway. But the point is, consent is not the be all and end all of morality.
No,
right?
but
Or
you
ethics.
don't.
But
The
it is-
reason.
it is a good like measure, generally speaking, right? I think it's in the case of like marriage, like you can just wait, right? A kid can just wait to get married until they are able to consent, or like what we deem as a society appropriate age to consent. And like before that, like the parents, like judges, they can't consent for them, right? It's just one thing, they just can't consent for the one because it's just unethical to allow them to do that.
I'm sorry if I gave the impression that I am okay with parents deciding for their underage
I'm not
kids who
accusing
are
you
they
of that.
going to marry.
No, that wasn't.
Okay.
No. That's not okay. That's not. Like so that part of child marriage is that, but sometimes the kid wants to do this, like for whatever reason, right? It's their duty under a fucking God, right? Like it's my duty as a woman, right, to do this, and they're consenting, right?
Just
Can I quickly say something to what you said, Sneaky? When you're talking about me hanging my head on like these evaluations and stuff, when you say a child can understand the concept of death, that is you assessing the ability of the child. You have determined that the child does not have the ability to understand what death is. So while their will is important, it is also incomplete, but we will choose to take it into account anyway. And that is an evaluation.
Yeah,
and I think the more, the older a person is, the more the lines get blurry, which was my point. That's
I agree, right? So what we should do is, because these lines are blurry, right? We should just be like, okay, fuck the gray zone. We're just going to put a hard line in, right? And then we don't.
But that's what I said.
I know. I agree with you. I'm not criticizing you, right? We should just put a hard line in and say, like, fuck these gray areas and all these like ridiculous ethical dilemmas, right? We'll just put a hard line in, make it easy for everyone. And,
I agree with you.
You're just going to have to wait a year or two. Worst case scenario.
I agree.
Yeah. I just. I kind of feel like you're saying that as a matter of pragmatism, Katie, right? Rather than understanding that the practice itself is a problem. It seems like you don't disagree with the practice, only that like you don't have the resources to evaluate the practice.
Okay, so can you please maybe talk to me like I'm 5? Tell me what the practice is so I understand exactly what you're talking about. Because what I was saying is a 16-year-old boy wants to marry his 20-year-old girlfriend.
Or 50-year-old.
And now we evaluate it. Maybe they're 50. I don't care.
I don't think there's a need to evaluate it. I think they can just wait 2 years. They don't need the tax benefits. Right?
But he's asking me how I feel about it morally. I agree with you. We shouldn't. It's not viable. But he's asking me what I think.
Like, morally, just due to the fact that we're going to basically be rule utilitarians here and say that this is usually a good rule to follow, that you have to wait till you're 18, right?
But that was his critique towards me, that my moral stance is out of pragmatism.
What if the 17-year-old turns 18 in 1 week?
They can wait 1 week. This isn't a hard rule to follow. It's a good rule. It seems to be working so far, except like maybe you could argue that people who do get married at the age of 18 don't typically stay married, so maybe we should raise the fucking age. Maybe 18-year-olds don't get to make that decision. Like, you can make an argument in that direction, but in the other one, it just seems stupid and like a waste of time. We're just like dealing with
50% of marriages end in divorce. No one should get married.
Honestly,
nobody seems to make good decisions.
Kinda, like, yeah.
I agree.
Especially when Uncle Sam's involved.
I'll just hide my wedding ring.
A little bit. A little base.
You guys feel the majority of parents are fit parents?
I don't like the concept of marriage. Okay, I'm anti-marriage.
Me too. But do you feel that the majority of parents are fit to be parents?
No.
Yes and no.
No.
I don't even know what that means.
No.
Yeah,
No,
fit is
very
a weird.
No.
What is the definition of fit, I guess?
It's like if you average out all the parents, like you get a median.
If the parents are hot, are
get,
they
like a median parenting? Like, is that fit to be a parent, or is this like some?
No, it's like
standard
a
of
good
parenting
parent,
what
a
is
good
that?
parent, a healthy parent to a
Just
child.
your sit in the corner parent versus grabbing the belt parent. You know,
what you determine as a
very
good parent is an arbitrary standard,
Differentiation.
right? What you
Right,
determine as
it
a
is
good parent
true.
is an arbitrary standard, right? So like
biased.
wherever you set this, it's just wishy-washy. It's indeterminate. So like
True.
a
It
good
would
parent,
be biased.
what does that mean?
Right. It differentiates, especially between cultures and religions. So I understand what you're saying. It's tough.
So like
It's a tough scenario.
The answer
I
is
would
yes
say
and
it's
no.
definitely measurable how well adjusted a population can be. So we can just determine what measures we want to use.
Oh, yeah,
whether
of
it be-
course, yeah. There are measures that we can put in place, but the point is, like, it's more complex than just saying, is this a good parent or is this a bad parent?
Absolutely.
It's very true.
Those measures, whatever measures you put in place, are just going to be.
Sorry,
go ahead.
I have a question. Considering all the nuance of this, should we culturally be prepared for the age of consent to be lowered sometime in the next couple decades?
It's 16 in England and like most of Europe. I think it's like 14 in Spain.
Yeah, I was going to mention because some of these arguments are like appeals to this is a Western world, but like other Western countries, England, Australia, New Zealand, Canada have 16. And is that where the US is hitting?
Well, it's reasonable, right? So we have different ages of consent for different things. Like, for example, you're not allowed to rent a car until you're 25. Like,
Oh, sure. I mean, let's reduce it to just sex, right?
That's what I mean. So when it comes to like sex, right, you could say like 16 is a reasonable age for you to consent to sex with a partner of a similar age. 18 is a reasonable age for you to consent to sex on film. 21 is a reasonable age for you to be producing pornography, or, you know, whatever. I'm just making shit up.
So should we be? So my question just being though, should we culturally be prepared for this to be, you know, a more progressively downward trend?
I don't think it's gonna touch anytime
I don't think it's really going anywhere.
I think it kind of hard caps. Like we just go like, that's when you're kind of like adult enough, and like we just leave it there. Like kids are getting smarter, but not to the point where they're like adult enough at like 14.
Do you think that won't change, like in a couple of decades?
It might do, but I think it's unlikely.
You don't
know
expect it to change at all.
People in power.
I don't think
being
that-
unlikely
I don't
is kind of a weak
there's
point
a-
because you could have kind of need to have like a clear understanding of what you're saying when you're saying somebody at 18 has a greater mental capacity than somebody at age 16, right? You want to be able to demonstrate that there is some substantive difference in the brain development of somebody at 16 to 18. Like what happens in those 2 years? I don't think it doesn't really matter that much, because I think most people are in favor of it being like as it stands in the status quo. But what I haven't heard yet is that there's any kind of like actual, like, what is the difference between age 16? What is the difference between those 2 years, right? Like,
It's not. I don't think it's like a neurochemistry thing. It's about like your progression through society and like where you end up at these ages. Like for example, like at 16 in England, you finish like secondary school and you go on to like further education. Like you go on to like, we call it sixth form here.
so why base it on like biological age then? Why not base it on other circumstances? If the circumstances exist outside of the individual, then why are you not measuring it?
Because if you do it on like an individual basis, it becomes very difficult to measure each individual. If you just have like a broad societal standard, then you know it works much
Okay,
more
so why are you
easily.
making prescriptions about the broad? Like if it's difficult to measure the individual, then
But we
this
just
implies
take
that.
median averages, right? It takes like this long to educate a child, so we just like do it
Yeah,
based
so
on
in the median averages are probably going to be closer to 16 than 18, and I just feel like when I hear like a lot of rhetoric against it, it typically
That's what I
means
mean.
that like
That's why it's 16. That's why it's 16. Yeah, makes sense.
Well, okay. I agree with Bruce's line of inquiry here because, okay, say it's 16. It's 16 where it is because it's 16. Sure. But you can say that, you know, you've got that blur, right? Where, oh, they're 15. Sorry, they're 16 tomorrow, right? Well, that's more acceptable in England and less acceptable in America, right?
Yeah, but you
So
have to
there
make
is
the
a
distinction
difference between
somewhere.
16 and 18 being
Yes,
legal.
you have to draw the line somewhere. Obviously,
Yeah.
if you get close to the
It
line,
was 16 one day, hopefully.
Whoa. You have to draw the line somewhere. Obviously, if you want to put somebody a week close to the line, that's going to make things a little bit muddy. That being said, we drew the arbitrary lines where they are because generally speaking, that is where it shows that people are smart enough to be able to make these decisions for themselves. Now, I will agree with you that maybe these lines suck and should be raised a little bit in some cases. But as far as lowering them, I don't think anybody can make a good argument in favor of that.
Oh, it doesn't matter
And
if
I understand that there are
yeah.
outside things that we're actually accounting for, but age is the best metric that we have to be able to judge whether or not somebody will meet these outside criteria that we're talking about.
Do you agree that children mature faster now than they ever have before?
No.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm interested in, right? I'm not interested in how mature they are. I'm interested in their progression through society, right? So like you can have a 14-year-old who's more mature than an 18-year-old because the circumstances have produced a child which just has to be mature, right? It's just, it could be the case, right? But that's not really the important factor here. The important factor is their progression through society and like how they can handle this as a result of their position in society. Right? So, for example, like an 18-year-old consenting to having sex is quite reasonable, right? Because an 18-year-old is getting to the point in their life where they're like more financially responsible. They're moving away from their parents more because they've completed school and they don't need that kind of support structure, right? It makes more sense that that kind of person should be in a consenting position than like a 14-year-old, even if that 14-year-old.
That depends on the culture, though, doesn't it? Because you might have.
It does, and that's
you know,
why the
you
age
have
of
some
consent is
you have some
incredibly
ethnic
low.
migrant populations which will have, you know, their kids stay with parents longer, and
I
so
agree.
they're like, well, if we're going by that metric, right? Like, well, you know, they might be
Well, it's
30
not
or
necessarily
something.
staying with their parents. It's like about the structure they need to support them, right? So like just learning the skills to survive on their own takes like a long time, right? And like if you're
So
like
there's a support structure. I'm just wanting to be clearer. Yeah. So
like
you
I
think
said,
a support structure is
it's a multitude
important.
of factors. Like I said, it's about your position in society, like your economic freedom, your your ability to travel, for instance, right? You know, if you're 12, right, your ability to travel is very low. You're not even big enough to drive a car in most instances, right? You might be able to get a train, but you won't have the money to get a train because you can't get a job because you've got to spend most of your time in school, right?
Could you, I'm going to strawman you here, sorry. Could you unpack this? So I'm just going to throw this out here. So then why not a 12-year-old with Elon Musk then? Because he would be able to absorb all that difficulty of position in society issue, right?
Yeah, I guess, but there's more factors than that. Like, again, maturity does play a role in it, right? There is a role in it, but like generally speaking, for the average person, this aligns with their position in society because we've set society up to be structured around the maturity of people as they age, right? That's
To add some more like
So
clarity on
maturity.
this.
So position in society and maturity?
Well, your position in society is designed that way based on your maturity, right? And we've kind of
Isn't it a little circular? Because you're saying position in society is one thing, and we're not allowing Elon Musk to totally account for that with a 12-year-old. We want maturity for the 12-year-old.
It's circular, but like it's an emergence, right? So the things rely on each other. We don't really know where
It's a
they come
circular
from.
emergence?
Yeah.
So to play devil's advocate,
society has emerged this way, right? So like that, it's set up to rely around people's maturity, right? And the reason it has emerged that way is because people's maturity dictates how society has grown, right? It's like I said, it's an emergence, right? We don't really know where it comes from, but that's just how society functions.
So I'm not totally. I get that maturity seems to be like the crux of your thing, but it is a little bit like consent was for Katie's position, where it's like not necessarily going to be that satisfying for the rest of us without like further qualification. I think though, like at least with Katie's position, I was able to go, okay, like we have that standard of informed consent. Like, okay, I personally value harm reduction. So, would you say maybe there's like a trio of like harm reduction, informed consent, and maturity standard, but these are vague categories, including my own.
Like I said, right?
Where do we go from there?
Like I said, it's an emergence, right? So like not like all of society, we don't really know where it like comes from specifically, and like pinpointing any specific factor in society and saying that specifically comes from this, and like the reason that exists is because it comes from those things and it comes from those things, and like everything is just kind of interweaved, right? Everything just sort of like emerges, right? There's no like one cause for anything, and a lot of the time things just sort of like pop up. You know, they just come out of nowhere.
I could easily get mired in the weeds on discussing like the
yeah, like I still think that's too vague.
Yeah,
at this point.
really, but to be on your side,
thing,
if
like
you
the
don't
nature
mind,
of it is vague,
so
like the nature of
I think I
society.
can steal
and
man.
how
But is that just our conclusion? We say, well, you know, in terms of drawing a line on the age of consent, well, our justification for that line is vague.
Well, yeah, it is. But like all of society and like the existence of.
So would you agree it's culturally determined?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, so then that's why I asked the question. You know, should we be prepared for culturally the age of consent to be, you know, lowered so it gets, you know, more acceptable in the culture in the future? Can you see that happening in a couple of decades?
Again, it would depend how the culture develops. I mean, I don't think the culture is developing in that way.
So basically, you don't see the culture developing to be, you know, warmer to lowering the age of consent democratically because the culture votes, you know, pushes that. Does anyone here think that they might see that in the future?
So
no, I don't believe that anybody's going to. No, I don't think that anybody is going to vote for or put forth a vote for lowering the age of consent because they would get crucified for it.
But you're allowed to vote how you want, right?
No, that's not how democracy works. Somebody has to
problem here is that
propose
you
a
still
vote
haven't
for a
really
law.
like steel man the position. I think there's if you clarify that what you're specifically talking about, I think from what I just kind of glanced at, it seems like the effective way to talk about this is that there's a thing called the psychosocial model, which has 3 conditions: the capacity to function adequately on one's own, capacity to interact adequately with others, the capacity to contribute to social cohesion. So it seems like when we look at extensive studies, because there's one that did a like multinational study on this, we find that 18 is a higher level of development, but even greater than 18 is like 20 and up. We have a higher level of psychosocial maturity seen in 20-year-olds as compared to 18-year-olds. And
Yeah, like I said, there are good arguments in favor of raising it.
Sure, but what we also see is that we link the psychosocial maturity specifically to hot cognition, which is like cognitive processes that are influenced by emotion. So it seems like a huge thing about this is that people under 20, people under 18, whatever, have less of a developed sense of like emotion regulation. So I think it should just be very, very clear that you could honestly make a really strong argument of raising the age to like 20, maybe even higher, like 21 or 22, and that I think trying to die on the hill of like 18 specifically is not a really productive conversation.
Yeah, I'm not. I made it clear that I'm more than happy to raise it for the reasons that you pretty much just outlined there. But
So look, I get that there are people who are saying no, we should raise it. But I'm asking, does anyone
we're not going.
see
No,
it
it's
being
never.
lowered? No one? No, I'm not asking. Okay, you've already answered. I get, Spectre, that you are insisting
I
it
don't
should
think
be
that
raised.
anybody's
Right?
going
But
to answer. But
so just don't answer. If you don't think anyone's going to answer, I'm just wanting to give a moment for anyone if they think that it should be in the next couple of decades.
Can you stop
lowered to
talking? We'll take a
16.
look.
I won't use an absolute, but I will say, so I side with Spectre. I think that there's a reduced probability, both from the likelihood of it happening and also the likelihood of it being palatable to like a broader audience, a broader population base, because of all the beliefs and positions that are baked into our culture. We have all this, that stigma and a lot of like negative shit associated with these kind of conversations to make it pretty taboo. Like even talking about this is pretty taboo. So I don't think it's likely, but I do not think it's an absolute. There's absolutely a possibility that human brains over like 100 or like 500 years could advance and evolve in such a way that what we consider to be changes to like the working memory and like the amygdala and like other like brain structures that all like work together could evolve to a point that the age could lower, and we could see that like substantively through science, but we don't right now.
I mean, can scientists get paid off?
I mean, that's an entirely separate point.
Mafia, almost. Do you think it could be lowered to 16?
Do I think that it could be lowered? I've heard whispers in the wind that the European Union's trying to lower it to about I don't remember the age, but I heard whispers in the wind that the European Union is currently trying to lower the age. I don't know if it's like to lower it.
I think that they're trying to standardize it to 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
But that's not lowering it for most countries in the European Union. That's just keeping it where it's at.
True.
And if anything,
True,
actually,
but-
that's for a lot of countries in like Eastern Europe, that's raising it.
No, I
Yeah.
heard whispers in the wind that they're trying to lower it to like.
What is
12,
whispers in the
13,
wind? Be
right?
more specific.
What are the whispers in the wind?
Whispers
in the wind. Okay.
How about
Well,
this?
Vampires
It's
got
just-
whispered in the
how about
wind.
if you
with the
lowered
going on
the
to
age word on the street,
How about this?
Whispers
How about
in
if
the
you
wind.
lowered it to the age of 16,
Wait, is this like
but
the-
nobody that's the age of 16 can have sex with someone that's older than 18 or 19? And if you're 17, nobody can have sex with someone that's older than 20.
Yes.
That's how it works. Yes.
And if you're 20, you
So-
can have sex with,
So Lime Socks,
So-
you see
so
16 with
it's-
16
it's
being
really-
possible, like as a legal standard.
So hold on. So
Yeah.
the age of
I
consent
mean,
is
would
really
you-
just like you can be this age and have sex with other people within your age range is what it basically is. It's not actually saying that a 16-year-old can now fuck a 40-year-old.
Yeah.
Most U.S. states have an age of consent set at 16, but like, same rule applies.
That's an interesting point. Should a 12-year-old be able to have sex with a 13-year-old?
Well,
Probably not.
like the thing is, in these cases, right? Like if a 12-year-old has sex with a 13-year-old and like nobody complains about it, like there's no way to enforce it, right? The 12-year-old and the 13-year-old were like consenting to the best of their ability, and nobody was hurt by the sounds of it. Nobody complained, so like it just kind of like nobody cares. It just goes under the radar, and that's fine.
Okay, so it seems to me like most people are saying no or in some way dodging it. So like, okay, maybe in 500 years or something, it's pretty much no.
We should not be introducing that concept to like children, but like if it happens and nobody gets hurt, then I guess.
My
like,
question is just, can you see that it happens in 20 years culturally?
No, and I hope it doesn't. And
I
hope
know
that
you don't.
500 years from now, it doesn't. I think that everybody else agrees.
Yeah,
does
I
anybody
think-
want to? Hold on, I'll stop talking. Does anybody think that the age of consent is going to be lowered 20 years from now?
Well,
No.
the interesting thing is that our sexuality is formed when we're children. So what we're into sexually is formed when we're a child. You know what I mean?
So I think okay.
When you're saying
I think
sexuality,
in
are
20
you trying to say
years.
sexual orientation, or like what are you saying with
Sexual orientation, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
I
like,
think in
what
20
you're
years, there's a
into
good chance it could be, and maybe the metric system could be adopted too.
Okay, when does
Well,
one
I
develop a
mean,
sexuality?
metric system,
When do
yes,
you
but why
start-
do you
when do you
feel?
start
Why do you
experiencing
feel like it'll be
sexual
lowered in
feelings?
20 years? Hold on, hold on. I want him to answer this. Why do you feel like it'll be lowered in 20 years?
Let's take Katie's position, right? So we can't hyper brain scan or provide hyper psych evaluation to satisfy ourselves morally on the issue, right? We have to leave it up to a democratic update for science and culture to come together. It's probably going to be the case that improves over time. So our ability to, do brain scans, to do this sort of stuff, right? I can see an increasing leniency over even the coming decades. So yeah, I think that's a factor.
Because we can do brain scans, we're going to brain scan people and base whether or not they can consent.
Well, I
on
think
that.
as that improves, you're going to have the culture affected.
Well, I mean,
by
the
it.
studies that we have, like Reese was pointing out, indicate that we actually see the best cognition around these emotionally based decisions at age 20.
Well,
Right.
another thing to
going to
consider
be
is
stuck
that
in
they
stone?
also say in this same study that we should have a broader, we should be willing to discuss separating the age in some areas. Like in some instances, it'll probably be okay for 16 or 15-year-olds to have decisions on certain things that we now have a higher age gate on. But whereas with things that require a higher psychosocial maturity, as we delineated, these will be instances where you want the age to be higher at 18, probably up to 20, 21. So it's
and I would say,
sorry, go
I would say that engaging in sexual activity or getting married is probably something where I want that to be higher.
I mean, Spectre, you asked me, so I want to further add. I mean, you have young people who can get themselves vaccinated, who can, people would argue they should be able to consent to euthanasia, things like that. I can see things like that pushing that window, that Overton window of
So I would say with vaccination,
at least to 16.
Right?
I can see that lowering it to 16 is what I'm saying.
So with vaccination, right, I would say that is something that is very unlikely to be harmful, right? That's not going to result in any negative consequences for the individual. So we don't really care about their psychosocial cognition at that point. But marriage, sexual activity, these are things that can do great harm to an individual. Further down the line, as far as the consequences are concerned, I would say that we probably need that to be higher. And I don't think culturally, just because we're letting kids make decisions to get vaccinated, which I'm pretty sure that you can't get vaccinated without parental consent. I don't think that's going to make us have arguments about the age of consent suddenly. I think that most people pretty much regard it as even a taboo subject to talk about, much less pass legislation on.
Can two 13-year-olds consent to have sex with each other?
I would say no, honestly.
I would say yes, but we shouldn't let them do it anyway.
I would say no, but if they do it and nobody cares, then yeah.
Well, I mean, what do you do at that point? Put both of them in juvie? I mean, there's
no.
nobody caring, and there not being a way to really legislate against it.
About their sexuality, though, which I think develops, as Omar suggested, you're born with a sexuality, not just through your orientation, but a lot of your innate sexual attractions, urges, I would say.
If it manifests that early in the people doing it, and they're both just fine with it and either complain, then that's fine. But I don't think we should be culturing that in children, right?
Okay, so what would you tell a
even though we
7-year-old
are
that's
through
starting
music
to
and
find
media.
his fellow boy, his fellow other boys, his friends, and he's a boy, and he's gay, and he doesn't know what to do about this? What should that kid do? And let's say they do talk to their parents, and then their parents just
at 12 you can tell
fuck
people
out.
what sex is at 13 years old. I'm okay with that.
And what about a 7-year-old?
I mean, you can introduce them to some concepts. Yeah.
Okay.
They say the best time to do sex ed is before the child starts developing sexual
I mean,
impulses.
you do it in levels, right? You don't have to get a 7-year-old and show them some hardcore gay porn, right? You can just tell them well, this is how reproduction works, and then at 13,
Yeah, and I
you
think
go
that's
into
the
more
problem. A
detail
lot of
and-
people don't have the skill or the tools or the necessary education for that, and that's
Also, it's a taboo, right?
Oh,
That's why it should be left up to.
Who wants that teaching job, right?
You can read it.
Not if it's
That's
done
why
in
it
a-
should
in a
be left
critical-
up to teachers who have the necessary education and tools, and not parents, right?
But if
The
it's a
idea that we
taboo,
should
that's
do
going
sex
to
ed in
prevent a lot of
school
people,
and,
right?
It is going to prevent a lot of people.
What are you trying to turn my? That's cute. Okay, so no,
Thank
we
you.
should do sex ed in schools
So cute.
because funny.
And see, I
No,
personally feel
we should do
comfortable
sex ed.
having this conversation with kids, but their parents are not going to, right?
Yeah, their
If
parents are
it,
not going to. So we have teachers have the conversation instead.
and would have
and
to
the
agree
fact
on
that-
so many different things as to what's okay, what's not okay, and Jesus,
Just
you
get,
know,
you
like
just get a professional, you get somebody whose job it is to do this, and then they do their job.
Yeah,
Simple
I'm
as.
just gonna I'm just gonna weigh in like really quick. If something's mandated, and everybody's doing it, every single school has a teacher that's doing it, it's no longer going to be taboo. That person
this
that's
is like-
teaching that subject is not going to be like
I guess that would be my point eventually.
Also,
marked.
and like, this is like
But
a
I'm gonna
specifically-
I'm gonna head
sorry, go
out.
SES, thank
Great
you
talking
for
to you.
SES. You were saying you were nervous, but I think you did a great job. So yeah, we're very happy
Oh,
to have
thank
you.
you.
Yeah, we'd love to have you again in the future. Please stop by.
Cheers
for joining
Yeah,
us.
for sure. Thank
Also,
you.
this is like a specifically like America issue when it comes to like the northern hemisphere countries. Like you still have like abstinence being taught in some of your schools. Like this is just not a thing like anywhere else, basically.
Well, that's because of the same parents that don't want sex ed taught at all in the schools. They make the argument that it's against their religion because they're fundamentalist Christians, and that it should be the parents' job. But they're actually the ones least likely to have the talk with their kids because they're more embarrassed than anybody else. So they should be very grateful that sex ed is being taught.
I agree.
Do you feel that it should be done by parents, though?
No.
No,
If
it
they
should no
did it
because
right.
they're bad at it.
It should be standardized.
Well, if
by
they
a
did it
professional.
right,
I
I'm
think
saying.
that
They won't
goes
do it right.
case
We
by
would
case.
have to teach each individual parent how to do it right and make sure that it's being done right to have the same amount of good impact as we do by just having a teacher at a school do it. That's absurd.
Standardized education is just good. Like
Wait.
end of conversation.
I would say to you, Omar,
I mean,
it
if you
depends on
could-
what the facts are. What are you actually teaching?
Right,
Just
yeah,
like you
'cause
don't
that's
teach
the thing.
creationism, right, in biology or other shit like that. We don't.
Right.
Private school.
Sex is a very intense topic, and I feel like with intense
It doesn't
topics,
necessarily have to
parents-
be. It's only like that because we think of it that way.
I agree.
You don't view sex as intense?
No,
Doesn't
I'm
have to be,
personally,
man.
I'm very liberal, so I feel comfortable with these topics. But I think it makes me uncomfortable that everybody else is not.
So I mean, I think sex is an intense thing. And when it comes to intense subjects, I feel like parents should be, at least smart enough to be able to explain to their children
but they're not.
accurately.
Like it's
Well,
Exactly.
they should
True.
be. Yeah, they
Well,
should. They should.
Sex. I'm jumping in here, new to the conversation, guys. In my opinion, sex, as far as how it biologically occurs and the biological ramifications and safety, is the purview of the school. But anything beyond that is parental concern. The parents need to be teaching that.
There's a lot of responsibility on a parent's side, and I think
Yes.
that it's really important to strip all the stigma
Exactly.
and taboo that we have about sex away from the conversation, because we can already see that the influences of like evangelism and like Protestant belief and other like Abrahamic religious belief on sex and like women has limited our overall development immensely and set us back like decades, right? So we can hold positions that are more favorable to like protecting women, making things just safer for everybody in general. Like, but we should also understand that it's okay to have like sexual education in like a public school or like private school, and that if you remove a lot of the stigma and make it more like, if you make it exclusively about like biology and like science and things like that, and leave more of the conversation about love and things like that to the parents, this becomes like a two-pronged approach to dealing with like sexual education and like teaching kids about interpersonal relationships with like other genders and like other people.
Yeah, but I don't believe that hold on. He's not referring to whether or not they teach like the part about love. You're referring to whether or not they teach birth control, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so we've shown that when we teach people, like in school, in sex ed, other methods of birth control than abstinence, that it lowers the rate of teen pregnancy. It's just very simply. So I
would
do
agree
not
with
believe
that.
that.
I would agree with that 100%.
So do we want to lower the rate of teen pregnancy? Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so then we should teach birth control in school, and then if the parents want to teach their kids that abstinence only is their personal belief, that's fine, right?
But listen, a parent.
I believe that abstinence should be taught as a form of birth control. You should include abstinence as part
I
of
think
that.
that most people can parse out that if sex is how pregnancy happens, then if you don't have sex, you will not get pregnant. However, in most schools, this isn't the issue, right? Abstinence is already taught alongside birth control as a form of birth control, right? What they basically say is like, hey, these are other methods you can use, but the only 100% guarantee that you are not going to get pregnant is that you don't have sex at all. What the issue is that there are a lot of schools that teach abstinence only and then don't teach the birth control. In these schools,
teaching abstinence only is ridiculous. That's
so
an asinine stance to have.
So you do think that we should teach birth control in schools?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but listen, a parent understands their child.
That's what I'm talking about.
You don't have to understand the child in order to teach a biological function.
Yeah.
No, but you don't understand that child. That child could have certain triggers, and you might say something in a
Triggers
particular
are
lesson that triggers that child in a negative way. But a parent understands their child and knows their child, and might be able to say a certain thing that wouldn't offend the child, you know what I mean, or change a certain word or explain it in a certain way.
But the parent could be the trauma that triggers the child, right? Like, in fact, this probably more likely.
That can be accommodated.
That is also true. It really depends on the situation, but I feel that a parent should be able to explain sexual education to their child the best because they know their child the best.
Yeah, but they don't know sexual education the best, right? Like, the unfortunate compromise that we have to make here is like the kid goes to school and they learn like this is how you wear a condom, this is how sex works, right? If you put this in there and like the stuff comes out, then like probably pregnancy, right? Like you gotta know that shit, right? Like
another question.
Like, how the biology works, right? But then the unfortunate compromise we have to make is that we have to let that kid go home and have the parents tell that kid that they may go to hell if they have sex before marriage, or that abstinence is the only acceptable contraception.
That's
right?
just only okay with teaching against
exactly. That's what I mean.
That
right?
child.
That's what I mean. Like,
so
they need.
That's true.
That's not
like, that's what I mean, right? So they need to know like the actual like functionality of sex, right? And like how to get pregnant, how not to get pregnant, and right, like what will get you pregnant, what won't get you pregnant, what STDs, blah blah blah, right? And then the parents, unfortunately, even when they're wrong, get to lay the morality on top of that.
It's the parents' role to teach morality.
I agree.
So what do you think, Aviator, about schools that are only allowed to teach abstinence and they're not allowed to teach about the other methods of birth control?
I think that's bullshit. I think all schools should cover all aspects of birth control and all aspects of the biology of birth.
What if it's against their religion in that school, like it's a religious school?
If it's a religious private school, that takes a different tack. Because that is a private school that parent chooses to send that child to. And that becomes a moral decision on the parent's part.
Yeah, we are socialists here. We don't like private schools.
Practices to influence that.
I'm going to be the whipping boy here because I'm a conservative. So
yeah, I'm also not a socialist.
I'm also not a socialist.
I thought that was quite a reasonable.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think private schools are amazing.
If we were to have private schools, then I'd be for lowering the graduation age to around 16.
No, I think graduation age should be raised to 21.
Private schools are so amazing. Why do they need state funding to keep open?
Not every private school needs state funding to stay open. I don't know about the U.S., but
the vast majority of them accept money from the state.
I think legal age of adulthood and legal age of
like I said, I don't know the U.S. It could be different in the U.S.
They produce,
I'm for all forms: public, private, and home education. I personally want to homeschool my kids till a certain age.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with
and
that.
plus, you just can't restrict that, right? It's just not a non-starter.
Like the horrors of being corrupted by the other students is a real thing.
Yeah, the thing is, I've met some people who are homeschooled and they turn out way smarter than the actual people that actually went to school.
I think that could swing both ways, though. Everyone could say, like, I met somebody that was homeschooled, they turned out weird.
What is that, Mello?
Yeah, the
I want to ask an honest question.
Indicates that people do worse when they're homeschooled versus.
I want to ask an honest question. They turned out way smarter, but
no, I said some people.
Okay.
I just make clear, not in a
so this is an honest question. I'm not advocating one way or the other. At what level is there social development, though?
Oh, it just depends on what else you did outside of the home.
Yeah,
and
social
to what age.
Like
how
they
it doesn't really correlate.
Social development, interacting.
Okay, how they're
interacting with teams.
Yeah, they're doing well. Neighborhood, suburbans.
I
I'd say
all that.
Exactly, for sure.
Fair enough.
You know,
it was an honest question. I didn't know the answer to it. I was
Yeah.
generally curious.
No, I get the reservations. We have that stigma, right? Like homeschool kids are weirdos, but there's also a bunch of other things that factor into that.
They are.
you see a lot of homeschool kids. They'll do like outside school activities and such, right? Like that. I think a lot of kids won't do because they do it in school. You know, something like I remember I got suspended or expelled from school one time. So I actually had to do the same schooling that homeschooling kids who were homeschooled did, right? And I was actually more active with a lot of the kids, you know, outside school, doing like side activities, you know, doing certain classes that I wouldn't be afforded the time to at an actual school. So I think it's different for everyone, you know.
Absolutely.
But where do things like athletics fall into that?
Athletics? That's actually a good question. I'd say most schools probably don't do some type of athletic team program. I could be wrong. It varies from, you know, school to school on if they actually have a team versus but I'd say mostly they're more focused on actual skills rather than being on the football
athletics
team.
and extracurriculars, whether that's athletics or military history club or whatever, that's also a part of schooling.
Okay, so a lot of the people that homeschool are of the upper class, right? They have the means to involve their kids in these activities, so it's a lot easier to access other families that also do homeschooling, and there's all sorts of the resources that you have access to if you're in that social class. So it's not all that can be taken care of, is what I'm saying. Like any reservation that you have about homeschooling, it can be done properly to the extent that you get even better results than any of these other two, but that applies to all of them, you know.
Yeah,
Just
basically
depends.
the same
It
thing
just
that would
all
apply to
depends.
private school. If you're wealthy, it's going to go well. If you are poor or even on the lower end of middle class, might not be a great idea. It's very costly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you for the information. That was data I
thank you for asking.
didn't know.
Yeah, so I'm interested about the American thing because I know when you said the private schools require like public funding, because I know in Canada there's only 4 provinces, like 4 or 5 provinces that actually give funding to private schools, and if you use Alberta, which is like a conservative stronghold, so a bit of like grain of salt, they only give like 200 something million compared to like the 7 billion they spend on public schools. And I know BC doesn't have like some crazy disproportionate spending on like private schools versus public schools. Overwhelmingly, the public schools get way more funding than private. So I'm asking just like what is the climate like in the U.S. that you say something like that private schools need public funding?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that they need it. They accept it. So yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean,
basically,
I don't think that's really the strong argument that you were trying to say. Like, why do they need it if they accept it?
But
like,
question,
somebody's
Spectre,
giving you a
is that-
subsidy.
in the first place.
Let me ask Spectre a question. Is that where we start talking about the voucher program, where students can take their portion and apply it toward their private school?
no, there's already basically a pool of money that goes to public schools in the area that's given out by the federal government that private schools are also allowed to tap into. Hold on, I'll find the details really quick.
Okay.
I think that kind of reaches the bottom of that argument because it's like, well, okay, just standardize it versus, well, hey, we like private, we like public. I don't think that's going to be very productive. And I feel like that kind of gets off course, right? I have a couple of questions I would like to ask. Do we see, number one, do we see the technology for gender-affirming transgender surgery improving in the next few decades?
That almost has to be the case.
I mean, yes, but like very slowly, because like the problem with a lot of these things is like the access to it is very low, and thus like there's no money to be made in it, especially in like for-profit healthcare like America.
Okay,
right?
how about 100
And, like,
years?
But you also have wait. You need to understand that some of the major. Hang on.
Sorry, what's that?
Is this a total shift?
No,
topic
sneaky
here?
debate.
Or is
No.
this-
Let me complete the inquiry. Sneaky debate, man. What were you saying? In 100 years, you think
in 100
yes?
years,
You
fuck yeah. In 100
snap.
years, like,
Okay.
hopefully, like,
What do you
this
think
sort of
then?
point, you just bam, we're killing it.
Sure. Okay. If that's the case, so technology for gender-affirming transgender surgery improving in 100 years. do you also see technology improving for cosmetic passing as a minor improving in the next few decades or 100
It
years?
has to go back to pedophile.
Well, that's the topic, right? Too young looking for porn. If
I said,
cosmetic
we're
surgery is going to
off topic
improve
here.
that much, right? In 100 years, snap.
I
Well,
think the
then, you know.
technology for it might exist, but
No,
I think it
honestly-
would be incredibly inaccessible due to the vast unpopularity of it.
You'd have to.
So you believe, you have faith that it will remain unpopular. That's like your stake for that. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
So everyone just trusts that it's going to remain unpopular.
Just because a technology exists does not mean it needs
No.
to be.
Anime gets more mainstream. You know, we'll wait and see what the answer is.
So I know people identifying as transgender were quite unpopular years ago, and they had to go to Brazil or something to get gender affirming surgery. And I think that we might see some people have other identities that they'd like to affirm, even cosmetically.
I wonder if there's ever going to be a single stream where we can get through without mentioning the trans people.
I'm sorry, but
Just one
I'm
stream.
sorry,
I think this is the first time I've done that, so
No, it's fine.
I had to take my turn. I'm sorry, PrimeCayes.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Somebody always brings it up.
There's a big difference between trans.
We're hitting every box tonight, bro.
I'd say the technology is unquestionably going to improve. Like everything indicates that it will, and as the access to medical health care opens up in the U.S., the market for it is going to grow, and then I think your question is going to lead to like affirming xenogenders, right? Is that where we're going to with this?
We don't have to go into that. I mean, I'd prefer to keep it on the cosmetic passing as a minor.
You could you're telling me I could be attack helicopter gender unironically.
I don't want to like just because we can meme about it and everything, but I do want to like keep it on the focus. So
I mean, because that's a very interesting question that I'd be more than interested.
Yeah. So I mean, because Briss mentioned earlier, right, that like certain indicators, of like androgyny and someone looking a bit more youthful or feminized per se, however you want to put it, it can make someone look younger, right, more youthful appearance, and we have coding for femininity with like younger appearances. If someone says, well, hey, I'm cis male and in appearance, and I really identify as a woman, right? Well, there's going to be some technological developments into, helping someone to push their appearance to, fit this mold of more youthful appearance and everything, right? And so doesn't that lean in toward someone being able to also, better have access to cosmetic passing as a minor surgery?
I mean, we already see
very
that
likely, yes.
We already see that as a norm.
So we
right?
think that it's likely.
We talk about the we talk about the LA nose jobs that everyone gets, right? The impact of that is that it plays directly into that idea of like neoteny. I'm not sure I'm saying it correctly. Where by reducing like the size of your nose, you are making it seem like you're younger and that you have like higher levels of estrogen. Like this is an unconscious thing that happens like in humans when we're looking at women.
I wouldn't say it becomes likely, but I mean that's certainly where it would lead to or could lead to.
I would say it probably isn't heading in the direction of where everyone wants to look like a minor, but it will get to, I think, to a point where people start wanting to slightly look younger and younger and younger. I don't think we'll ever reach the age of a minor. I think.
But that's so the problem that I have with this is that something that's been happening for like years and years. So it is actually like reasonable to say that we're going to see continued development in like cosmetic surgeries to continue to look, because the fountain of youth thing, right? Like everybody wants to be younger, like exclusively for like sexual reasons. But obviously, like social desirability and other things play into it. But there's more than just like sexual attraction to like young people than like minors or what the fuck ever to decide like should we advance these things. And also one last thing before I shut up, Sneaky tried to make a comment about like the US and like profit and like that kind of healthcare industry. You should remember that the US is not the leading medical innovator in the world. It's
so
the question wasn't
with access, right? I prefixed that with access.
Okay, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, so the question also wasn't about will it become popular for people to start looking like a minor. The question was about will it become more technologically feasible for them to do it. So even if it's only 1 out of every 100,000 people that wants to do this, I think the answer still has to be yes, that they'll still have
It's
access
more technologically feasible. Yeah,
that's what I
of course.
said.
Yeah, Agreed. Agreed on that.
Anything and everything, medically speaking, is going to become more technologically feasible in 100 years.
Right. That's why I kind of just immediately jumped to answer the question with a yes, and like I don't feel like we necessarily need to
I
get
very much
into it.
appreciate that. I find Cricket Cloud as being intellectually honest about that.
Real quick, wild card
personally.
Wild card coming. Do you feel that it is okay that you need a license to collect rainwater, but you do not need a license to create human life?
What?
Who's rainwater?
Rainwater is valuable. You know,
will it become more technologically viable to collect rainwater?
Yeah, I feel like
you didn't build that, Cloud.
Oh, I don't know. I would. I mean, there could be some things that you need a license for that are dumb thing, right? So that we don't have to necessarily back. But there could be a reason behind that. I don't know. Maybe there might be a compelling reason why you would actually need a
I think
license
it's in Oregon
to do that.
Yeah, I think in Oregon you can't collect rainwater, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but
I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait, this is real? There are actually places where you can't collect your own rainwater?
Yeah, I think there's some places that you can't do that.
Yeah,
it's illegal.
Wow, I'm glad I don't live in those places.
Yeah, I don't know what that reason might be. There might be a damn good reason, but I have no clue what that could be.
That was going to be my answer. It was like that sounds absurd, but there could be some reason for it that I just don't know about, so I'm not confident answering like yes or no. It's
Okay,
I'm very curious, Mafia Omar. Where are you going with that? I'm very curious.
I don't believe that many people are fit to be parents. I think in order to be a parent, you should pass a series of tests.
What would be the
rainwater test?
Tell us the tests. What are the tests?
And how are you going to administer these tests?
Yeah, let's hear the
I wouldn't
tests.
say a test, but definitely be.
I'm the idea guy. I'm not the screenwriter. I just pop
definitely not a test.
You know,
Education.
I'm not taking a quiz before I go lay pipe. I'm just telling you. You know,
I feel you.
If I'm in the mood, I'm just going to make things happen.
Okay, I'd like to push on Mafia's idea. You want to standardize basically the licensing of parentage. What do you do about people who have parents have children illegally?
And I do not write the laws. I don't know what the punishment would
I
be.
think I'd like for you to like develop the idea so that I can do a screenplay on it.
Then again, it brings back to the whole concept of is sentencing a being to death because you want to be a parent ethical, right?
I'm calling your bluff, Omar. I think you don't have an argument. I think you're just trolling us.
No. I'm being 100% honest. I'm being 100%
I personally
honest.
I would just shut it down. Just not like in a malicious way or anything.
About what I just said. In all honesty, right? Parents sentence children to death because they want to be parents.
How do they sentence children to death because they want to? Whoa, hold on. How do they? Whoa! How do they sentence children to death because they want to be parents? What do you mean?
Because they bring them into existence, right? They then curse to die.
This is antinatalism, basically.
Al, because of their selfish wants to become parents.
Yeah.
A being has to experience death and the horrors of life just because of their selfish
okay,
wants.
no, not to that extent, but definitely if you knew your child had a condition that would make their life impossible and just pain 24/7, then yes, I would agree that the child has a case against the parent, and it has been made already in the UK. Sorry,
really?
Squirrel?
Oh yeah.
Sorry, Mafia Omar. I have a question for Mafia Omar. This thing of the antinatalist sort of thing of you have children when you supposedly shouldn't, and this is like condemning them to death because their life is going to be miserable and suffering because the parents.
No. Even if you should, even if you're rich, even if you're healthy, even if you're loving, that being still has to experience death because of you.
Yeah. Oh well. Either like,
Okay,
did
so
you enjoy the ride? I mean, would you rather had not lived? I don't think I can ask you this question if you don't exist. So
wait,
would you rather
so
had
hold
not
on.
lived or?
I want
And
to press
I'll
on
say
Mark here.
I'll take the ride instead of
Press. No, I would love to be pressed.
Yeah. So how do you feel then? So about the case where and you object basically parents making would-be parents, right, making the decision to bring a child into the world who is destined for misery, all that without a license, and so they're, you want the state to intervene over the parents' choice to have children, to produce children.
No.
What are you
No,
looking for in that?
I wouldn't
How do
want
you
that. I
license
guess.
parenting?
Oh no, this is a completely different subject from the licensing of parenting.
How? Can we
This
bring
is
it back
just-
to the licensing of parenting? Like
Yeah,
how
for sure,
is
for sure.
it? Yeah.
So I mean, with licensing of parenting, what I just said goes to the wayside. With licensing of parenting, you see, are they mentally stable, financially stable, really able to raise a child?
This just becomes eugenics, like real quick. That's like super fast track eugenics right there.
It's not that it even becomes eugenics; it's that it's already eugenics.
It's like
Wait, so Omar,
fast
would you
track
say that your
eugenics.
rationale, whatever your standards are, I don't care too much about like the nitty gritty of the standards, right?
Right.
The aim you have with your view is that you're trying to like mitigate bringing children into the world who have miserable lives. I'm trying to meet you on that.
If you're starving in a tent in a third world country and you already have 6 children and you're pregnant with your 7th, should you be able to keep that 7th? Should you be able to get the 8th, the 9th, the 12th when you're in a tent starving, drooling on yourself?
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's what I'm talking about.
So would you agree with me or not that is like to prevent the suffering of a minor?
Yes.
So
okay, now I want to ask a follow-up to that. Would you also agree that that's true for someone who has a child and that child wants gender-affirming surgery, or it would ruin their lives?
Gender-affirming surgery in the sense of self-mutilation?
Hormone therapy. I mean, it depends where you draw the line of self-mutilation. If the technology improves, right, and we can culture, genitals to grow in the crotch area,
I think
yeah.
allowing a child to cut off its penis is.
Let's say it's not mutilation. Let's say that we can have like a sort of we can have we can make Alex Jones happy and turn the frogs, however we want, so that we tadpole ourselves to malleably regrow. The technology is there, right? So I don't want to get into the weeds of self-harm on that. Let's say that can be done. Is that then if we deny that, right? So if parents say, no, I don't want that for my kid, and we can see, okay, that kid is going to have meaningful suffering as a result, would you be in favor of licensing or, thereof, like to say, hey, you have to be validating your minor child's gender identity affirming surgery, procedure?
Well, is it solely based on the child's choice?
Is that what you're basing it on, I guess? Like, because where do you square that with like the licensing of the parent? So would you accept as like part of your standardization that the parents should be, let's say, conscious enough that they should allow that or disallow that?
Well, I mean, legally in our country, parents have the final say. You know what I mean? So you're talking about like in a hypothetical world or in the current?
Well, your hypothetical.
This whole
I'm
thing
trying
is
to
in
say
a
like where this.
hypothetical world.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. In a hypothetical world, do I feel that a parent should step in the way of their child doing major transformation things? I do agree with that, 100%.
You agree with them stepping in for that?
Right. Yeah, because they're
okay.
Causing irreversible harm at a young age, but yet at that same age they can't have sex or they're not aptitude.
All right, Omar, I'm going to challenge you on the language there. I mean, the mutilation, I haven't heard mutilation in a while, but it's definitely, it's visceral, right? And then you also said a child mutilating their penis. That's a common one. And then, or cutting off their penis, and then transformation things. So this is not just like something they swish a wand at and that's it, right? It's ultimately the wants and needs are theirs. And this is not a
Right.
child that's going to transition and start taking puberty blockers at just without any evaluation or consideration. At the end of the day, it's how valid or how true or how much credit do you give the child, the minor, for what they're saying.
When you guys are done the
so-
gender part, I'd like to talk about the death part that he broached.
Wait, I want to follow. So we've got this thing of, okay, can the child consent to, to their gender-affirming surgery, right? That's a problem for the conservatives in the bunch, right? I want to very quickly flip that to say, okay, what if a child wants to consent to circumcision out of religious belief? Do the liberals in the crowd argue against that?
Yes. Opt out of circumcision? I'm sorry, what was that again?
Opt in.
Well, like if a child wants to cut off their...
You're comparing cutting skin off a pee-pee to cutting the whole pee-pee off.
No, I mean, I don't know. Lefties like me would say that's fucking mutilation, one or the other.
I wouldn't say that. It depends on the age.
If you're circumcised, you feel more, and you're more likely to thrust deeper in. And sorry, I'm memeing.
Okay.
I'm here for it.